Chapter 1703. Han Fei looked at his wrist suspiciously, only to find that the demon purification pot was trembling slightly and flashing. Calabash actively sensing. Is this Little Vine? The old turtle also noticed something was wrong and asked, "What happened?" Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. Nothing. The ship Han Fei saw was blue and white, with gem-like light refracting on it. Han Fei was about to search for it when he heard the old turtle say, "Something is wrong. Their hull is not moving. It seems to be pulled by some kind of force." Han Fei got a little closer and then looked again, only to find that the ship seemed to have stopped next to an island. Yes, Han Fei found an island there. On the island, there was also a high tower. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "An island?" It seems that the people of this immortal palace are quite lucky. They even encountered an island on the way. But when Han Fei looked at the bottom of the sea, he was horrified, because he found that there were thousands of broken ship wreckages everywhere, which had long been ruined. However, all kinds of fish were still able to come and go endlessly there, and there wasn't much danger. He was cautious and didn't go there rashly. From about 30,000 kilometers away, Han Fei used the Gemini divine technique and went over to see what was going on with his black, mist body. The appearance of the boat-bearing pit was absolutely not without reason. Once, when he was in the level 1 fishery, a boat-bearing pit appeared because of the mantis shrimp. But this place was different from the level 1 fishery. This was the chaotic ocean. Therefore, the problem he faced here was by no means as simple as that in the level 1 fishery. However, when Han Fei was only 1,000 kilometers away from the island, he scanned it many times with his perception, but he didn't find anyone on that ship lowering the anchor. This was strange. The big ships here were absolutely solid because they had to face the impact of the creatures in the endless ocean. And the anchors were also covered with sophisticated gravity arrays. When the anchors were lowered, the anchors were as heavy as mountains, so that the hull could stay in the chaotic ocean. However, that ship clearly didn't lower the anchor, but why did it stop? According to the waterline, there shouldn't be much problem with the hull. Han Fei didn't figure it out, so he got closer to take a look. On the ice and snow, on the wind snow, the sovereigns and half-sovereigns in thick fur all had ugly expressions on their faces. He saw a powerhouse at the peak of the venerable realm on the ship, so he should be the captain of the ship. This person was holding a supreme-grade divine weapon in his hand, and his face was extremely gloomy. Everyone was staring at the peak stage, venerable. The man gently loosened his grip and threw the supreme-grade divine weapon in his hand into the sea. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What's going on? A supreme-grade divine weapon was thrown away. Just like that? Were all the people in the outside world so extravagant and wasteful? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. However, at the moment when the divine weapon was about to fall to the bottom of the sea, a claw appeared out of nowhere and gently hooked the divine weapon, causing it to disappear. It was as if it had been sucked into the island. Han Fei saw that everyone on this ship seemed to be nervous. After over 10 breaths of time, the aura of the peak exalted realm expert fluctuated, and he said in an icy, cold voice, "It's useless. The amount of offerings isn't enough." Sacrifice? Han Fei was confused. What are the people on this boat offering? However, cries of surprise erupted from the ship. "Hiss," someone said, "an ultra-quality divine weapon isn't enough? Does it need our snowstorm?" Silence. The peak stage venerable turned around and shouted, "Don't talk about the sea of greed. Think about it again. Apart from the snow ship, what else do we have that is worth offering?" Han Fei frowned. The sea of greed? Based on what this person said, it seemed like they were offering sacrifices to this sea. Just now, it was an ultra-quality divine weapon. Even such a divine weapon wasn't enough for the sacrifice. Then, apart from the sea-quelling bizarre treasures, only their big ships were worthy of sacrifice. There was nothing better than a supreme-grade divine weapon that a venerable realm expert could produce. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the sunken ships in the water and couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that these ships didn't sink naturally but were sacrificed. But why did they have to sacrifice? What would happen if they didn't sacrifice? Just when Han Fei was thinking about this question, he suddenly saw 2 rays of light split open on the island, and the rays of light fell directly on the place where Han Fei was. The old turtle shouted, "Not good! Something is wrong with that island." Han Fei was about to use Gemini fusion. Obviously, his black fog body should have been discovered by something. And at this moment, Han Fei only heard a voice in his mind. Humans pass by. You must leave precious resources. Otherwise, you will never escape from greed. Han Fei sneered. F*CKU. Gemini fusion. Han Fei directly teleported to 30,000 kilometers away. Even if there was a treasure like the little vine here, Han Fei still chose to retreat for the time being. After all, he knew nothing about this place. Besides, he had already arrived next to the island, but he didn't find anything wrong with the island. Not only did he not find it, but even the old turtle didn't find it. However, the old turtle said, "The surrounding space is messed up." Han Fei took a step and moved 1,000 kilometers with one step, intending to escape backward. However, as soon as he took this step, Han Fei experienced the feeling of moving 10,000 kilometers with one step. However, these 10,000 miles were not closing in on the periphery of the island. Instead, they were closing in on the island itself. There was space flowing around him. Han Fei thought that he had a good understanding of space. At least, the heavenly void divine walking technique could break through the void. However, Han Fei flew another 1,000 kilometers to the island. At this time, the powerhouse at the peak level of the Venerable on the snow wind looked at Han Fei and happened to meet Han Fei's eyes. But fortunately, the two were still far away from each other. Han Fei had enough time to conceal his strength. Han Fei thought to himself, "It's impossible to survive in this sea area if my strength is too low. If my strength is as strong as that peak-level Venerable, the other party will always be wary of me. In this case, it seems that the advanced Venerable is more suitable." Han Fei secretly activated the God-deceiving treasure technique and simulated his strength to the realm of the advanced Venerable, which was a small realm away from the peak-level Venerable. In this way, the other party wouldn't be afraid of him. Of course, Han Fei didn't need to go to that ship immediately at this moment. This was because he was also restricted by this sea region. Something wanted him to sacrifice something precious as a sacrifice. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, can you find anything on that island?" Old Yuan said, "I can't perceive it. With my current soul power, I can probably tell that there is a relatively powerful existence there. However, his soul is resisting. With my remnant soul, it's not worth fighting him head-on." Strong? How strong? Is it another king? Han Fei had now realized the power of the chaotic ocean. But no matter how strong it was, a king shouldn't be born casually. Han Fei thought to himself, "The nautical panorama, the 3 chances for today have been used up. Now it's not the time for me to take action." At this moment, Han Fei was not particularly flustered. He seemed to have nothing on him. Even if he really had to sacrifice something, he wouldn't leave much behind. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the snow wind. According to his memory, this should be a big ship from the ice and snow sky in the outer 13 heavens. Han Fei wasn't sure. Was this the route of the ice and snow sky? If it was their route, why did it come to this sea of greed? So, Han Fei asked straightforwardly, "Fellow Taoist from the ice and snow sky, I'm Han Fei from the 9 Palaces Heaven. Unfortunately, I got separated from the fleet because I was chasing Tao-seeking fish. May I ask where this is?" The peak-level Venerable was surprised. 9 Palaces Heaven? The 13 heavens of the inner 13 heavens also came to explore the abnormality of the savage abyss? Han Fei said, "I just came here to explore. Unexpectedly, I got lost in this sea and couldn't escape. The peak-level venerable was puzzled. 9 palaces heaven. Haven't you heard of the Sea of Greed? Speaking of which, this matter was caused by the 13 heavens of the inner 13 heavens. He shook his head and said, Well, I really don't know about that. I've never been to the 13 heavens of the outer 13 heavens, so I'm not very familiar with the affairs of the outer 13 heavens. I've never been to the 13 heavens of the outer 13 heavens. The man was shocked. It seemed that he was a top heavenly talent from the 13 heavens of the inner 13 heavens. It was often said that people from the 13 heavens of the inner 13 heavens, especially the heavenly talents, rarely came to the outer 13 heavens. Because the environment in the inner 13 heavens was better, the resources were richer, and there were more ways to gain experience. Why would they come to the relatively barren outer 13 heavens? He didn't know if the venerable from the ice and snow heaven believed him, but he just replied, Fellow cultivator from the 9 palaces heaven, this is the Sea of Greed. It's said that there used to be a king here, but he was later suppressed by the Grand Pure One and the Wuji Double Palace. However, the Grand Pure One and the Wuji Double Palace failed to kill this king, so the king forcibly detained humans and demanded resources. After hearing this, Han Fei was stunned. Is there such a king? Han Fei asked. What if there's nothing to give? The middle-aged man said, Then there may be a risk of death. As they spoke, Han Fei had been constantly approaching this island and the snow ship. In addition to the peak-level venerable, other venerables also discovered Han Fei. Someone was surprised. Master Lu, who is this person? Lu Ran said lightly. He said he's from the 9 palaces heaven, but his identity can't be confirmed. However, this person should have accidentally fallen into the Sea of Greed. Otherwise, no one would be stupid enough to come here. Chapter 1704. The venerable on the snow ship didn't invite Han Fei to board it. In the chaotic, vast sea, anything could happen as long as it wasn't at home. Even if they believed that Han Fei was a lost man, the snow wind couldn't help Han Fei at all. Besides, this middle-aged man was suspicious of the 9 palace heaven, which had sealed the sky for tens of thousands of years. Even in the inner sea, it was extremely difficult to see people from the 9 palace heaven. Han Fei said that he was from the 9 palace heaven, which was a problem. When Han Fei approached, Lu Ran found that Han Fei was actually an advanced venerable. This realm could be said to be very strong. Those who came to the outer sea to gain experience at this realm were probably trying to break through to the peak stage of the venerable realm. And none of the 13 heavens in the inner sea were simple, especially the 9 palace heaven, with its amazing prediction ability. How could it fall into the Sea of Greed? When they approached the island again, suddenly, Han Fei saw a huge super pincer stretching out from the void, trying to clamp the people of the Snow Palace. At that moment, Lu Ran shouted, Hurry up, everyone get off the ship. The Sea of Greed is taking the initiative to attack. When he saw the tentacle, Han Fei narrowed his eyes and asked in his heart, Old Yuan, that tentacle should be from that island, right? It looks like a big pincer of a crab. However, compared to the length of the island, this big pincer is too small. The void-long pincer seemed to clamp the snow ship very gently and then dragged it back to the island. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. Han Fei simply scanned with his perception. However, his perception was blocked 200 kilometers away from the island. There seemed to be a barrier there. Although Lu Ran looked extremely gloomy, he still led the more than 60 people on the Snow Palace to gather. Lu Ran cupped his hands to Han Fei. Fellow cultivator Han, whether you are actively or passively sacrificing yourself, in the Sea of Greed, you can only leave after making a sacrifice. Of course, the sacrificial object had to be acknowledged first. I can't help you. Now, the snow ship has been passively sacrificed, but I still have to lead the people back. Goodbye. Han Fei frowned slightly. can you still go back without a ship? In the chaotic Azure Sea, the so-called route was a route connected by many spatial nodes. As for those ships, they were not ordinary ships either. Instead, they were meticulously built ships that could move between different spaces. It was like the directional teleportation array that Han Fei set up. If Han Fei let someone pass and gave that person a token, that person could pass with the token. The so-called sea route was also slowly developed using this relatively clumsy method. A single teleportation of a ship could cover a distance of 500,000 to 1 million kilometers. Even kings needed 2 to 3 breaths of time. Exalted experts might get lost if they tried to swim all the way. In fact, most of the routes were discovered by those who had lost their way. Some people were lucky enough to find a way to survive, so they opened up a sea route. However, the majority of them perished in the chaotic Azure Sea. It could be said that in the chaotic Azure Sea, every year, every day, there would be people getting lost. Lu Ran didn't help Han Fei because he couldn't protect himself. Without the ship, it would be difficult for him to find his way back. Of course, there were many of them, and they even had a peak stage, venerable one. This power was very powerful. Therefore, Lu Ran didn't panic. In response to Han Fei's question, Lu Ran said lightly, "Have a try." Although the chaotic Azure Sea is terrifying, it's not impossible for people to get lost. By the way, as long as you offer something valuable enough, the Sea of Greed will let you go. With that, Lu Ran led the crowd away, not intending to help Han Fei at all. And Han Fei didn't panic too much. Looking at so many sunken ships, Han Fei guessed that maybe the one on the island had a strange hobby of collecting. This one preferred ships, and he had a marauder pirate ship anyway. If he couldn't, he could just abandon the marauder pirate ship. However, what Han Fei cared about was not a mere pirate ship, but the abnormal movement of the demon purification pot. Before, Han Fei had wondered how many small vines the demon purification pot had. 3 small vines didn't seem to be the limit of the demon purification pot. After all, after getting along with it for so long, Han Fei felt that the deduction ability of the 3 small vines was only at the level of venerable divine quality. Few of them could reach the king level, and some of the abilities shown by the demon purification pot were obviously more than that. Therefore, Han Fei believed that there were other small vines in the demon purification pot. At this time, the 9-palace destiny ruler and the nautical panorama had both been used up. Since Han Fei couldn't get out, he planned to wait for another day. At least, the result calculated by the 9-palace destiny ruler today was a bad hexagram. For Han Fei, this hexagram was just an ordinary one. Han Fei didn't care about it. An hour later, the same sentence sounded in Han Fei's ears again. When the human race passes by, you must leave precious resources. Otherwise, you will never escape from the Sea of Greed. When he heard this sentence, Han Fei pretended not to hear it and still sat cross-legged, waiting for the day to pass. And there was no movement on the island. Another 2 hours passed, and the sound rang out again like an alarm clock. Han Fei still ignored it. However, at the moment when Han Fei ignored it, he saw that the space began to flow, and a giant pincer stretched out of the void, trying to grab Han Fei directly. At this time, no one else saw Han Fei, and Han Fei didn't need to maintain his image of a weak person. In an instant, Han Fei's strength soared to the level of a half-king. With the power of the Great Path, the sacrificing punch rushed out, which was also attached with a gravity array. Bam! 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 As if realizing the power of Han Fei's blow, the void overlapped, trying to restrict Han Fei with a spatial technique. Han Fei stepped out and moved the stars, shouting, "Forbidden technique here!" As soon as he shouted, the void collapsed, and the sacrificing punch broke out of the void and continued to blast at the giant pincer. Boom! Kacha! Inevitably, the tentacle of the giant pincer cut Han Fei's punch mark. As for the giant pincer, half of its pincer had been destroyed. Seeing the scene, Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. That's it. I thought it was really a king. It seems that the opponent's strength is not much stronger than mine. Of course, Han Fei knew that his strength couldn't last long. Besides, today was not a suitable day for fighting. Therefore, after this punch, Han Fei sat cross-legged on the spot, not exploring the mystery, nor trying to find a way to leave. Therefore, every 2 hours, Han Fei could hear exactly the same words, which were asking him to leave some resources for himself. The next day, in Forge the Universe, the Black Fog, holding the 9-Palace Destiny ruler, calculated today's luck. When Han Fei saw the word Great Misfortune written on it, his pupils constricted slightly. It seemed that it was still quite dangerous. However, fortunately, it was still a great misfortune hexagram, not a desperate situation hexagram. Otherwise, even if Han Fei was fully prepared, he might not dare to really fight it. And at this time the sentence sounded in Han Fei's ears again. When the human race passes by, you must leave precious resources. Otherwise, you will never be able to escape from your greed. The content was like a repeater. Han Fei suddenly stood up and scolded with a smile. I can't escape from the sea of greed, can I? Fine, I won't run. Today, I'll take a look and see just what kind of toy you are. How dare you play tricks in front of me? Han Fei activated the closed distance technique, and the world's end is close. However, Han Fei didn't cross the distance of only 1,000 kilometers. The space was twisted, and Han Fei only took 2 or 3 more steps than before. Han Fei sneered, and the nautical panorama began to point. With a thought from Han Fei's figure broke the void again, drilled into the void, and then out of the void. In the chaotic space turbulence, he found a way to pass through. Knock on the gate of heaven. Han Fei grabbed the embroidery needle and punched a hole in the 200-kilometer barrier outside the island. Seeing that the hole was about to be repaired in an instant, Han Fei used the dipper technique and appeared in the barrier. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he shouted, Who's playing tricks? Let's have a chat. If you want the things I left behind, you have to have the ability to take them. Han Fei suddenly raised his wrist, only to find that the demon purification pot was heating up and stinging his nerves. Han Fei's eyes immediately became fiery. Is the 4th vine finally going to appear? Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that the size of this island was only more than 500 kilometers. It might be a little wider, but it was only 600 kilometers, which was not very big. On the island, there was a hexagonal ancient tower, 7 stories high, surrounded by chains. Regardless of anything else, Han Fei first sneaked to the top of the island. When he saw the ancient tower, Han Fei thought of the demon subduing tower. However, although this ancient tower was somewhat similar to the demon subduing tower, it was not the demon subduing tower, because the top of the tower was empty and there was an orange-yellow square stone hanging on it. Han Fei wondered, where is it? With its pincers. I guess it's a crab. Why don't I see that crab? Han Fei was very puzzled. He had searched several times, even inside the rocks. However, after looking for a long time, he didn't see anything special here. Han Fei was about to go to the tower to see what was going on, when the old turtle suddenly said, Han Fei, take a look at this island. What's wrong with it? Han Fei wondered, what's wrong with this island? It's just a bit dark. Well, the shape is a bit weird. The part of it above the sea is wider than the part underwater. Hiss! Suddenly, Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. The old turtle's words reminded him. When he took a closer look, Han Fei couldn't help but think of a relatively common creature he had seen before, the stone spirit crab. The stone spirit crab's body was black and looked like a piece of stone. And this island, if he looked at its texture carefully and looked at it from a third person's perspective, it seemed to be a crab that had retracted itself. Chapter 1705. Han Fei's eyelids twitched a few times. Standing outside the island, he stared at the huge island and looked left and right. At this moment, fish were swimming around the island in the seawater. Those creatures probably didn't know that they were living under the body of a super behemoth. Han Fei had never seen such a huge crab in his life, except for the Cloud Sea Divine Tree and the Blood Sea Divine Wood. This giant crab was the biggest creature Han Fei had ever seen. Han Fei approached it calmly, pretending that he was observing the ancient tower on the island. The crab island didn't do anything. However, when Han Fei landed on the island, information popped up in his head. Name King Crab dying. Introduction King Crab, a remnant of an ancient behemoth. The king crab has been a behemoth for generations, hoping to improve its bloodline and pass it on as the king crab. The king crab had a gentle personality and was generally friendly to all living beings. The king crab is extremely strong, but its body is heavy, which is the drawback of evolution and the reason why they try to improve their bloodline. The ultimate king crab often can't bear the burden of its body. Level 90 quality, ancient mutant level, sea expansion, path space, contains chaotic energy, 1024 battle techniques, space scissors, space turbulence, space barrier, space overlap, space folding, food algae, shellfish, collectible insect limbs, insect cores, insect eyes, insect armor, insect essence, absorbable. Note, the king crab is on the verge of death. When Han Fei saw the information of the Ba King crab, he didn't feel good. It turned out that this was a dying king. Also, it was a gentle creature. However, what made Han Fei dumbfounded was that since the gentle creatures were friendly to all creatures, why did they attack human beings? Why did it ask human beings to offer resources? Han Fei tried to detect the orange stone on the tower with his perception. However, the tower was sealed, and Han Fei still couldn't see it. Han Fei paused for a moment, seeing that the king crab didn't attack him. He jumped back and appeared at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Han Fei thought for a moment, grabbed the needle, and pointed at the king crab. Don't hide. You are the island, and the island is you. You're just a relatively large crab. It was easy to invite me, not so easy to trap me. If we don't get to the bottom of this, I'm not leaving. Buzz, at that moment, the space turbulence erupted. The void around Han Fei began to collapse. With a fierce look in his eyes, Han Fei immediately shouted, "Seal this place." The space was slightly stabilized, and Han Fei had already blasted out with the heaven-knocking gate. The reason why Han Fei dared to risk his life today was that this was a dying king. The king was dying, and Han Fei felt that maybe he could still fight. No matter how bad it was, he would at least give it a try. As long as he could obtain the little vine, he would not hesitate even if he had to exhaust all of his primal chaos aura. Moreover, Ba Wang also had 1,000 strands of chaotic energy. If he ran out of chaotic energy, he could still absorb King Ba's chaotic energy. Clang, Han Fei attacked with the heaven-knocking gate. In the next moment, Han Fei saw a giant pincer, a supergiant pincer more than 200 kilometers long, blocking his blow. Han Fei was stunned. How could such a behemoth be so fast? When Han Fei felt the enormous power of the great wave of space attached to the pincer, he immediately understood. It turned out that this Ba King crab also knew that it couldn't move so fast, so it exerted the great way of space on itself and moved its pincer over. Because he was a king and this great way was acting on him, it was like his body's instinct. Therefore, it was not affected by Han Fei's seal. With a thought in Han Fei's mind, the infinity water rushed out. Within 1,000 kilometers, waves surged in an instant, and the blade Purgatory was rapidly taking shape. Although the infinity water was not a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, to be honest, it was almost the same. Using blade Purgatory, he attacked indiscriminately from all angles without any blind spots. Its power was certainly not to be underestimated. Of course, for creatures like crabs, the bombardment effect might not be ideal. However, it was definitely useful. A king was strong, but not strong enough to ignore such a massive attack. After all, Han Fei had dealt with the White Armor Emperor. Perhaps Han Fei's indiscriminate attack really annoyed the Ba King crab. The void trembled, the bottom of the sea shook, and within 500 kilometers of the Ba King crab, a spatial storm instantly blew up. CK, a spatial storm was no joke. This level of power was even stronger than the void storm outside the divine sun's body in the waterwood heaven. Outside the body of the divine sun's blood, sea divine wood, there was a void storm, a storm formed by interweaving space cracks. And this spatial storm was really stirring up space. Only the heavens knew where this disturbance would bring the people to. It was safe to say that this was a kind of powerful power that even a king dared not touch easily. The great way of space was no less terrifying than the great way of time. Han Fei immediately grabbed the nautical panorama. At the moment when the void storm blew up, Han Fei directly rushed at the Ba King crab. As long as he caught the Ba King crab, he wouldn't be involved in the spatial storm. After all, it couldn't send him into the infinite void. However, when the spatial storm was generated, the space overlapped. As a result, Han Fei's route was changing every second. At this moment, unless time was stopped, Han Fei couldn't pass through the spatial storm even with the nautical panorama. At this moment, Han Fei finally realized why he had such a bad divination today. It turned out that the bad news was here. The Ba King crab made him realize the horror of the great way of space. Before, Han Fei thought that the great way of space was just the utilization of space. The closed distance technique was one of the utilization methods. However, seeing the spatial storm, Han Fei was almost certain that few people in the entire chaotic ocean dared to attack the Ba King crab. Without the marvelous technique of time stop, it was impossible for them to capture the Ba King crab. However, other people didn't have marvelous techniques, but Han Fei did. The supreme yin-yang wheel could ignore space and appear next to the enemy, suppressing and strangling the enemy. At this moment, Han Fei decisively gave up the guidance of the nautical panorama and roared, "Supreme yin-yang wheel!" The Ba King crab raised its eyes, because the yin-yang image somehow appeared above its head. At this moment, the Ba King crab finally said something that didn't sound like a recorder. "Are you the master of the yin-yang palace?" "Chilla!" Crack, crack, crack. The supreme yin-yang wheel was entangled on the Ba King crab's enormous shell. With Han Fei's current combat ability, even though the Ba King crab's shell was as hard as a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, it might not be able to resist it. At this moment, Han Fei shouted in his heart, "Master Calabash, absorb, absorb, absorb!" The demon purification pot never hesitated in absorbing power. At this moment, the Ba King crab felt that some chaotic energy was disappearing from its body. Han Fei, on the other hand, was quite excited. This was a king. Even a dying king was still a king. More than 1,000 strands of chaotic energy were definitely not a joke. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. By the 6th second, Han Fei had already shattered a large area of the Ba King crab's shell. The demon purification pot also absorbed dozens of strands of chaotic energy. When Han Fei was about to sneak into the Ba King crab's body, his power ran out and the supreme yin-yang pattern collapsed. However, Han Fei wasn't panicked at all. He was going to reverse time and do it again, waiting to exhaust the Ba King crab to death. However, the Ba King crab's shell was quickly recovering. Its voice came into Han Fei's head. "Human, stop fighting, stop fighting. I admit defeat. Han Fei." He would be lying to say that he wasn't shocked. This was AF King. Why did it admit defeat? That was the biggest joke in the world. An emperor like Old Yuan was only a remnant soul, and had no choice but to acknowledge him as its master. But this Ba King crab, a king, admitted defeat just like that? How could it become a king with such a personality? However, Han Fei did stop. When he stopped, Han Fei still put one hand on the Ba King crab, fearing that it would run away with the power of space. Then he would suffer a loss. The old turtle said, "Don't worry, it can't run away. It has been sealed by the tower on its body." The power of this tower made it impossible for him to teleport quickly and directly. Also, it's too big to move, or it would have run away a long time ago. Han Fei was amused. That was a good reason. Hearing old Yuan's explanation, Han Fei simply stood on the Ba King Crab's body and said proudly, "I know you're a king. But so what? You're too weak." The Ba King Crab's body was heaving as if it were suffering from asthma. It said, "Because I'm about to die. Otherwise, I would have run away a long time ago." Well, Han Fei was speechless. Was the King Crab serious about escaping as if it was a matter of course? However, Han Fei was still quite surprised. Did this guy tell him that it was about to die? After all, what he saw and what the guy told him were two completely different concepts. Han Fei didn't know whether he should praise it for being simple or stupid. Han Fei snorted. "All the creatures in the world will die eventually. What does it have to do with me that you're going to die?" But what the Ba King Crab said next stunned Han Fei. It said, "I fought side by side with Jiang Linxian. Do you know Jiang Linxian?" Chapter 1706. Who? Han Fei couldn't have felt better. This Ba King Crab even knew his mother? Han Fei said, "When did you fight side by side?" The Ba King Crab said, "That's a long time ago. I watched the yin yang heavens, the waterwood heavens, the golden crow heavens, and the 9 palace heavens work together to open the desolate abyss. I even helped them. I helped them open the desolate abyss." "You opened the desolate abyss?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Go on. You should at least tell me more clearly so that I can know if you're lying to me." The Ba King Crab's body slowly sank. Finally, with a rumble, it smashed into the seabed, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. "Who? I'm too tired. Fighting is too tiring." The Ba King Crab heaved a long sigh, like an old man with a hunched back. He couldn't take it any more after he stood up and moved around. The Ba King Crab said slowly, "That was tens of thousands of years ago. Come to think of it, it must have been 80,000 years ago." All of this had to be explained from a mystic realm. There was a mysterious secret realm in a place in the far east of the chaotic ocean. Some people want to use this secret realm to expand their seas. Some people want to use this secret realm to split open the sky. Some people want to use this secret realm to search for secrets. And some people want to bypass this secret realm and leave the chaotic azure sea. Old Ba seemed to be lost in memories. It said slowly, "At that time it was already the second time we went to that secret realm. The second time, all the people who went there were kings. Not only are there human kings, but there are also the merfolk race, the 100 demon race, the giant beast race, the underwater human race. Almost all the kings of the chaotic azure sea have gone." Han Fei's heart did a flip. This secret realm should be the unparalleled secret realm that old Han mentioned, which gave great opportunities and created 108 kings of the human race at one time. In that case, the Ba King Crab didn't seem to be lying. It continued, "At that time, Jiang Linxian, as the master of the Yin Yang Palace, was unparalleled in treasure hunting. In that secret realm, she discovered a giant door that led to an unknown place. However, discovering it was just discovering it. No one could open that door. Later on, the 9 temple masters appealed to everyone to help him with their luck. In the end, he didn't disappoint everyone's help. With the 9 palaces' heaven divination technique, he created an unparalleled force formation and pushed open a crack in the door." Hiss! Han Fei felt like he was listening to a story. Was this the legend of his parents' generation? At that time, the 2 of them were already kings. Old Han actually had such an ability, gathering the karmic luck of the human race. What an amazing ability! So, they were already having an affair at that time. The Crab King continued. "At that time, as soon as the door was opened, divine light shone. Everyone could see that the door was like a garden of immortals. We saw a spirit plant with a long sword, an ancient saber, a flame spark, an ice bead, and many other things growing on it. If we had worked together to obtain the treasure, we might have been able to let it go. However, everyone was fighting over it. Afterwards, the 9 temple masters and Jiang Linxian actually dug up the tree. Pooh! Han Fei almost vomited a mouthful of blood. He was truly shocked by the last sentence. However, when Han Fei came back to himself, he couldn't help but remark, "Wonderful! If it were me, I would have dug up the tree too when I saw the treasures growing on the tree." The Crab King agreed, "That's right. That's exactly what I thought at that time." The master of the Golden Crow Palace and the master of the Waterwood Palace shared the same idea. We took action as soon as possible. Everyone was tempted by interests. Then you can imagine the result. The 9 temples, the Yin Palace, the Golden Crow Palace, the Waterwood Palace, and the other immortal palaces all fought each other and turned the place into a sea of corpses. Han Fei nodded. That tree must have been something extraordinary. All the kings must have had their eyes on it. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. Was that tree the demon purification pot? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What did that tree look like?" The Crab King paused for a moment. Well, it was quite big. Its leaves were long and green, and it was hundreds of meters tall. There were 100 things hanging on it. Han Fei was surprised. Were they all dug up by the Yin Palace and the 9 Temples Palace? The Crab King said some of them. Because I mastered the Tao of Space, I brought back some of them. That's why I was hunted by the Grand Pure Palace and the Wuji Palace. The Crab King said unhurriedly, "At first, the Yin Palace and the Waterwood Palace were too weak to resist, so they chose to avoid the savage abyss. I wanted to go there too. Unfortunately, I was stopped by the Lord of Dreams who arrived later, and I couldn't leave." The Lord of Dreams? The Crab King said, "The master of the dream-weaving heaven, known as the Lord of Dreams." Han Fei thought to himself, "That's not right." Han Fei's first reaction was that old Han was practicing the big dream, heavenly book. That seemed to be more in line with the dream-weaving heaven setting. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "So, you allied with Jiang Linxian and the others? You're a sea beast. Will the human race accept you?" The Crab King said, "I'm just a behemoth, not a sea demon. We, the giant beasts, are 2 different things from the sea monsters. We aspire to be the overlords of the sea. Besides, the demons and mermaids didn't get along well with each other. The undersea humans and human beings also interacted, and the divine sect once allied with human beings. Similarly, some human rebels joined the sea demons." Han Fei felt that his head was about to explode. The Crab King said, "So you have to believe me. I've helped the Yin Heaven. Nobody can open the double space in the desolate abyss without my space Tao, right?" The Crab King said, "So you have to believe that I helped the Yin Heaven." "Wait," Han Fei asked quickly, "what did you say? What double space?" The Crab King said, "Did I say that?" Han Fei said, "You did." The Crab King was stunned for a while. "Oh, it means that the desolate abyss doesn't contain 1 space, but 3 spaces." "Pooh," Han Fei said gloomily. "Is it a double space or a triple space? Crab, don't try to fool me. Tell me the truth if you want to live." The Crab King said, "It's a double space or a triple space. The first space in the desolate abyss is the most common, desolate land, where the spiritual energy is sparse. As long as you can cross the entrance of the desolate abyss, you can get there. The other space is where the Yin Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven are. Although it's a desolate land, it's still habitable, because from the chaotic ocean, there will be power drawn into the second space. Of course, most of the power is drawn into the third space." Han Fei's heart did a flip. The power drawn by the Yin Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven was only a small part? The Crab King said, "I don't know where the third space is." At that time, we all agreed that that space is very dangerous. Even a king can't survive there. It's hard to find the danger from the outside world without opening a space channel. More than one person in the chaotic ocean has been to the desolate abyss. Either they went to the wrong place and could come back, or they went to the wrong place and couldn't come back. Well, I don't think many of them can come back. Han Fei was shocked. When he came out, there was a path leading to the desolate abyss. At that time, he almost ran away. Fortunately, he used the 9-palace destiny ruler at that time, or he would have gone to the third space. A mere savage abyss actually contained 3 layers of space. It's so terrifying that a group of kings can live and die. Han Fei had another question in his mind. He asked in confusion, "Have you ever thought of murdering them and taking the treasures for yourself?" The king said, "Why? They had brought 2 profound heavens with them. That's billions of lives. How can I kill them? Besides, I'm close to the master of the 9-palace. We're good friends. He saved me." Han Fei. If he hadn't asked, he wouldn't have known that this crab had a friendship with old Han. Of course, Han Fei pretended to be surprised and asked, "How did you make friends with humans?" The king said, "Little Shoo Shoo would give me toys. Sometimes a big boat, sometimes a big bottle, sometimes a big fish, sometimes a demonic plant. We've been friends since we were very young. At that time, I hadn't become a king yet, and little Shoo Shoo hadn't become a venerable yet." Little Shoo Shoo. Han Fei frowned. He didn't know what old Han's reaction would be if he told him that name. I wonder if he can still keep a calm face? Han Fei couldn't have felt better. Did he have to call the Ba King crab Uncle Ba? However, Han Fei certainly couldn't say that now. He didn't care about his relationship with old Han and his mother. 70 to 80,000 years had passed. Who knew what had become of them? So, Han Fei simply said casually, "Are you telling me this so that I won't kill you?" The king crab was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "Do you want my treasures?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "So what? So what if I don't?" The king crab said, "I've been under too much pressure over the years. The Wuji Palace suppressed me with the ultimate magnetic seal, and I'm about to die. If you want something of mine, then help me be reborn and sign an equal contract with my reborn body." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. It didn't matter. The contract could be terminated. In the future, when the king crab's reincarnation reached a higher level, it would be the same to terminate the contract. Han Fei asked, "Why me?" The king crab heaved a gloomy sigh. "Was the thing you used just now the myriad manifestation?" Han Fei was suddenly stunned. The myriad manifestation hadn't been built yet at that time, had it? The king crab said, "It's a human sacred weapon that little Shoo Shoo planned to build when he was still a venerable. I didn't expect that it would be built after all these years. Can I have a look?" For some reason, Han Fei felt sad. Okay. Chapter 1707. Han Fei didn't believe the Ba King crab story. He trusted the information read by the demon purification pot more. Han Fei stretched out his hand, and a nautical panorama appeared in his hand. It had 5 rotating axles inside and outside, which looked very high-tech and extraordinary. When old Ba looked at the nautical panorama with his super huge eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems that you are the one who carries the luck of the Yin-Yang heaven. Since the nautical panorama has appeared, you have been waiting for a day. Is the ruler of Providence also with you?" Han Fei didn't deny it. This big crab knew about the 9-palace ruler of Providence. Han Fei shrugged. "Here it is." Han Fei stretched out his hand, and the 9-palace ruler of Providence also appeared. Seeing this thing, old Ba seemed to have infinite mixed feelings. Staring at these 2 things for a long time, old Ba murmured, "Little Shoo Shoo, are you still alive?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Old Ba couldn't help but ask, "What's your relationship with him?" Han Fei said, "My dad." Old Ba couldn't help but look at Han Fei for a long time. "Oh, you don't look like him." Han Fei was speechless and thought, "What do you mean? What do you mean? Do you mean I'm not as handsome as old Han?" Han Fei said, "What about you? Why are you here? It's so close to the savage abyss. Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Old Boss said leisurely, "Even if they find me, so what? I walk the path of space. If someone dares to attack me, I will collapse the void myself. At that time, no one will be able to get anything I have. It'll be the same even if all the kings of the 36 immortal palaces come." Han Fei had to admit that if this Ba King Crab really wanted to kill himself, he would be in a very dangerous situation now. The death of a king would cause the void to collapse, and he would probably be sucked into the void vortex again and fall into the endless void. Thinking about it carefully, he was really a little scared now. At this time, Han Fei raised his question. "You just said that the 4 immortal palaces united, the Yin Yang Heaven and the Water Wood Heaven escaped. But why didn't the 9 Palace Heaven and the Golden Crow Heaven escape? And after so many years, these 2 immortal palaces are still in the inner sea." Old Boss said, "The Golden Crow Heaven has rebelled." The current Golden Crow Heaven was in cahoots with the Supreme Purity Palace. Meanwhile, 9 Palaces Heaven had sealed the heavens and was attacked by everyone. Most of the floating islands were destroyed, and the remaining main islands were set up with 72 absolute formations of the 9 palaces. Whoever went would die. Moreover, the people of 9 Palaces Heaven were skilled in the path of algebra, and they hid among the 36 mysterious heavens. Who would dare to attack Jiugong Tian? They won't hesitate to take revenge. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Has the Golden Crow Heaven rebelled? Presumably, after the Golden Crow Palace Master left, the Golden Crow Sky could not withstand the pressure and was subdued by someone else. And Jiugong Tian seemed to be very powerful. Through the Tao of algebra, he actually sealed the heavens and didn't come out? However, under such circumstances, the number of people from the 9 Palace Heavens was definitely very few. Han Fei said again, "Old Ba, do you know which immortal palaces were the ones that attacked the Yin Yang Sky?" The Crab Monarch said, "That's a lot, because with the Grand Pure One and the limitless Tao Palace in front, even if the other immortal palaces did not want to become enemies with the Yin Yang 9 palaces, they had to weigh their own weight. Therefore, there were many who participated in the war. But when it comes to real enemies, there were 7 immortal palaces which played a leading role." "Oh, 7 immortal palaces?" Han Fei was a little surprised. He had thought that only the Grand Pure One and the limitless Tao Palace had forced the other immortal palaces to attack the Yin Yang Sky. But now it seemed that there were more enemies than he had imagined. The Crab Monarch said, "The main enemies are the Grand Pure One, the limitless Tao Palace, the Dreamweaver Palace, the 5 Elements Palace, the Wild Corpse Palace, the Apotheosis Palace, and the Medicine King Palace. Among the other immortal palaces, the Chaos Immortal Palace is neither good nor bad. The Dragon Subduing Sky is caught in the internal strife of the Azure Dragon Palace. The Glaze Palace, the Immeasurable Tao Palace, the Sword God, and the Grand Mystery Tao Palace have allied with each other and are not controlled by the Grand Pure One. As for the outer 13 heavens, except for the Avalon of 5 Elements and the Wild Corpse Palace, the others are relatively neutral. Generally speaking, whoever is stronger has the right to speak." Han Fei heard this. Therefore, except for the Wild Corpse Palace and the Avalon of 5 Elements, the outer 13 heavens were basically fence-sitters. As for the inner sea, almost half of the forces were led by the Grand Pure One and the limitless Tao Palace. The Glass Sky's forces were independent, and their strength could not be underestimated. The Grand Pure One probably would not suppress them. After roughly understanding the relationship between the enemy and himself, Han Fei became more certain. He had not become a king yet, so it was hard to say anything. When he became a king, everything would have to be said. Seeing that Han Fei was deep in thought, the Crab Monarch said, "Although you are very strong now, I found that your strength can only last for a few seconds, which is far from enough. The Grand Pure One and the limitless Tao Palace are more powerful than you think. Your strength is now similar to that of the weakest Wind Lord in the outer 13 heavens. Wind Lord, the Crab Monarch said, the master of the Wind-Cutter Sky Palace, known as the Wind Lord. His strength is average, but his speed is very fast. Han Fei nodded slightly. After all, I'm only half a king. Before I become stronger, I won't cause too much trouble. By the way, old Ba, you are going to die. What exactly happened? Is it because of the ultimate magnetic seal of the limitless Tao Palace? The Crab Monarch heaved a gloomy sigh. It's a long story, not only because of the ultimate magnetic seal, but also because of a weird vine which is absorbing my vitality and strength. Now my vitality is almost exhausted. Only by rebirth can I be reborn. Weird vine. Han Fei's heart did a flip. A weird vine that could suck a king into such a horrible state? It was definitely the vine from the demon purification pot. Only this thing could be so terrifying. The Crab Monarch said, Me. This weird vine is in the tower on my back. The old guy from the Grand Pure Palace planted it in my shell armor. The limitless Tao Palace suppressed the tower with the ultimate magnetic seal, making it impossible for me to get rid of it. If I weren't a behemoth, I would have been sucked to death tens of thousands of years ago. Han Fei immediately twitched the corner of his mouth. No wonder the Crab Monarch created a sea of greed. It was probably because it had no other choice. Han Fei said, I'm going to take the ultimate magnetic seal down. The Crab Monarch hummed. I can't take it down. It has pierced into my origin sea. Unless I die, I can't take it down. If I take it down, I will die immediately. Han Fei was immediately horrified. So weird? In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, I don't know what the great magnetic seal it mentioned is, but if it's the thing I know, it's the best among the materials for divine weapons. It can change. Han Fei's heart did a flip, but this thing could kill the Crab Monarch. The Crab Monarch said, Since you are the son of an old friend, you came at the right time. Over the years, I've exhausted all my resources and don't have anything good for you, but I do have some collections. Let me show you around. Han Fei. The king would show him around the treasure house. Han Fei, who was used to robbing, found it a bit strange. The void around him was shaking. Originally, the place that looked like it was filled with shipwrecks suddenly changed, and many complete ships of various colors appeared in the void. Half of these boats were about the same quality as the one that the ice snow heavenly sacrificed just now. Hiss! Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. There were a total of 1,206 big boats around, neatly arranged. Judging from these big boats, there were all kinds of symbols. Han Fei thought to himself, I'm afraid that all the forces that have appeared in the chaotic ocean, including the top 10 pirate groups, have been robbed by the King Ba. However, Han Fei keenly noticed that some of these big boats seemed to be in good condition, but they seemed to be missing something. As for what they were missing, Han Fei didn't know, but he felt that something was missing. In addition to these big boats, there were a lot of ultra-quality divine weapons, high-quality divine weapons, and so on around the King Ba. These ultra-quality divine weapons could be said to be all kinds of weapons. Han Fei had never seen some of them before. At a rough glance, there were 8,212 of them. It must be noted that it took time to build an ultra-quality divine weapon, and among these weapons there was even a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, a spear. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. If Zhang Xuanyu saw this thing, he would drool on the ground. And as far as Han Fei knew, if the essence of these ultra-quality divine weapons were really extracted and reforged, at least 10 sea-quelling bizarre treasures could be made. Unfortunately, the cost of recasting them was too high. Anyway, Han Fei didn't have the resources to burn. Speaking of sea-quelling bizarre treasures, Han Fei didn't lack them either. The King Ba said excitedly, I'll give you my favorite collection. Come to the bottom of the sea. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. A collection? Isn't that enough? Han Fei wasn't bragging. With these resources, if he traded them in the Martial Emperor city, he would instantly become one of the top tycoons in the chaotic ocean. When Han Fei landed on the seabed, he saw that the King Ba slowly propped up its body with its two giant pincers. The void twisted, and under King Ba, a colorful black ship that was covered in a blue light appeared in Han Fei's sight. It looked like a patchwork ship. Hiss! Han Fei immediately exclaimed, This is a ship made of the parts of the ships outside? The King Ba said in surprise, You saw through it? Han Fei thought to himself, I found something wrong just now. It turns out that something has been dismantled on every ship and assembled into this thing. Chapter 1708. Han Fei carefully looked at the big ship that was pieced together by the King of Ba. The ship was about 300 meters long, which was almost negligible compared to Ba Wang's size. Han Fei didn't expect that Ba Wang had such a hobby, and he even played with Lego. Maybe this was one of Ba Wang's pastimes. When Han Fei scanned them with his senses, he was shocked to find that these materials were probably the best materials on every big ship. That dragon bone was actually forged from the bones of a king. Could it be that Ba Wang had robbed a king before? Even every piece of wood on the deck was pieced together. Even the lowest level was the bone of a venerable. The sail was made of a whole piece of fish skin. The fish skin glittered with colorful light. If he guessed right, it was the mermaid skin of the mermaids. Gudu, oh my God! Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. Ba Wang had built a supermain ship in the Pioneer Sea level. Even a king's attack couldn't penetrate such a ship. If he could set up arrays and modify it, it would be a perfect main ship. It wouldn't be much different from the king ships of the top 10 pirate groups. Seeing that Han Fei was shocked, Ba Wang said happily, How about it? Awesome, right? It took me a long time to piece it together. It's the best ship I've ever seen. It's my friend. Han Fei nodded heavily. This ship is indeed extraordinary. Dum, dum, dum. The King Ba was so happy that it couldn't help but raise its paw and pound it on the seabed. For Han Fei, it was smashing. But for King Ba, it might be a happy expression of dancing and tapping his fingers. Ba Wang was even spitting bubbles. I knew it. Little Shu Shu said that he would build the most powerful ship for me as a pirate ship. Look, he broke his promise, but I made it myself. I gave it to his son, Han Fei. Han Fei had a complicated look on his face. Damn, he was almost touched by a behemoth. Han Fei smiled. Can't you be reborn? By then, this ship will still be yours. King Ba moved his pincers. It won't be able to hold me. All right, let's sign the equality contract. Han Fei asked in surprise. Don't you need me to sign a contract with your reincarnation? King Ba mumbled. No need. I just need to molt. Get rid of my great Tao. Get rid of my power. Get rid of my shell. Get rid of my memories. Han Fei was surprised. Crab molting. This way of rebirth is truly refreshing. Han Fei didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky to go out to sea this time. Was it a coincidence or was it luck? He had thought that he was in danger, but he ran into King Ba instead. Signing an equality contract was simple. Then King Ba swallowed his saliva and pushed his patchwork ship to Han Fei. The Ba King said, You have to quickly put these things away. Once I die, there will definitely be kings who will guess it. Although it might take several months for them to come here, they will eventually be able to find them. Han Fei slightly nodded. Got it. However, at this moment, Han Fei's heart did a flip. All the remaining resources in Forge the Universe began to be consumed crazily. After all, Han Fei didn't go out for nothing during this period of time. He even looted 20 venerable level Sun Moon shells from the raiders' pirates. There were also a lot of resources in it. Forge the Universe used to only have a radius of 30 kilometers. Now it was time to expand it. However, 30 kilometers was still too small for King Ba's enormous body. In fact, Han Fei only thought of expanding Forge the Universe because of King Ba's size. if he really wanted to take King Ba away. In fact, Han Fei could still use the sea-quelling painting. One had to know how significant the corpse of a king was. It was very likely to create another king. If the King Ba's body was used to make divine weapons or sea-quelling bizarre treasures, how many would he have to make? Therefore, Han Fei couldn't keep King Ba's body. He wouldn't let anyone take advantage of it. Rumble, King Ba's molting process, lasted for half a day. Its body trembled, and its soul was struggling. It seemed to be gathering power to forge an inheritance. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, when King Ba succeeds in molting, immediately seal this place with the turtle shell heaven sealing technique." The old turtle asked in surprise, "Are you afraid that a king will come?" Han Fei looked at the pagoda behind King Ba and said, "I'll have to put away the ultimate magnetic seal in 3 days. What if the king of the Wuji heaven is related to that thing? Then, King Ba's location is actually not safe." The old turtle said, "Okay. However, I think that if the Wuji heaven is related to this big seal, it may have come a long time ago. But just in case." Half a day later, King Ba's aura was almost gone. Han Fei saw that the big crab was still trying to straighten its body with its big pincers. He saw that under King Ba's body, a small ball emitting white light slowly floated out. When the white light floated to Han Fei's face, in the end, King Ba's body couldn't stand it anymore and smashed on the seabed with a boom. Turtle shell heaven sealing technique. At this moment, Old Yuan used the turtle shell heaven sealing technique to cover the sky, temporarily isolating the king from the outside world. Han Fei took the glowing ball left by King Ba with both hands and took a closer look, only to see a small crab moving gently in the ball of light. With a thought, Water Luster appeared beside Han Fei. "Master." Hiss! Water Luster looked at the scene in front of her in shock. The huge super crab really shocked her. What kind of creature was this? How could it be so huge? Han Fei handed Little Ba to Water Luster and said, "Take Little Ba to the sea-quelling painting and wait for it to hatch." Then Han Fei threw out a sun-moon shell. The sun-moon shell was full of resources, such as spirit, awakening fluid, and spiritual spring. Han Fei said, "Take good care of it." Water Luster took a breath. "Yes, master." Han Fei didn't talk with Water Luster for long and took her back to forge the universe. After a while, Han Fei stored all the big ships and all kinds of weapons and other treasures into Forge the Universe. After that, Han Fei extended the void lines to see if he could still absorb the soul power of King Ba's remnant body. However, Han Fei was surprised to find that King Ba only had more than 3,000 ownerless souls left. The rest of the souls were probably used to shed and be reborn. This was also a way for King Ba to inherit the King Crab's legacy. Only in this way could King Ba become more and more powerful. Except for the soul power that was basically shed, there were only more than 400 strands of chaotic chi left in King Ba's body. The old turtle said he used the chaotic energy to nurture his reborn body. If I were to be reborn, I would also leave my primal chaos aura to my reborn body to the limit. In this way, the reborn body can reach a terrifying level at the very beginning. Han Fei nodded slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to collect the chaotic chi. What he needed to collect was the small vine in the demon purification pot. However, before collecting the small vine, Han Fei still needed to get the so-called ultimate magnetic seal out. On King Ba's huge body, the ultimate magnetic seal that was emitting orange light. At this moment, the luster was constantly dimming. It should be because King Ba had died that this ultimate magnetic seal was no longer working. Han Fei came to the tower. There was an invisible barrier around the tower. Han Fei reached out and hit it, only to find that his whole hand was submerged in it. Han Fei staggered and almost fell. In the invisible barrier, there was a terrifying gravity. The old turtle said, "This is the power of that stone." Why don't you try to walk in and have a look first? Only then did Han Fei know how much gravity the King Ba was under. The ultimate magnetic seal was specially used to suppress it, and what he felt might only be the power that came with the stone. When Han Fei stood in the gravitational field, his entire body trembled. Suddenly, his body sank and his knees bent slightly. It felt like he was walking down the steps with a jade bridge, but fortunately he could still bear this force. The force acting on him might be equivalent to 10,000 times the gravity. The old turtle said, "Fortunately, this should be a gravity magnetic seal. It's a rare thing. However, obviously, this is a magnetic seal without removing impurities. It's of a very high level. But now, I'm afraid you can only use it to smash people." Han Fei wondered, "Didn't you say that this might be a material for a divine weapon?" The old turtle said, "This material is indeed a divine weapon material, but you can't forge it now. A material of this level can't be calcined with spiritual fire at all. Even with the sun essence fire, it may take thousands of years to calcine it every day. Do you have that time to calcine this thing?" Han Fei bared his teeth. "No, let's talk about how to burn it." The old turtle said, "We can only use a spiritual fire. This kind of spiritual fire is about the same level as the blue sea smoothie. Flames of that level may be able to forge this thing." Needless to say, there was also a requirement for smithing skills. In short, this is a material for forging divine weapons, but it's definitely not something you can use now. Han Fei couldn't help but shrug. "What a pity. I'll just keep it for now." Han Fei felt that the gravity was slowly decreasing. The power of the gravity magnetic seal must have weakened after the death of the Ba King. When Han Fei walked to the bottom of the tower, he felt that the gravity increased again. After all, he was too close. Han Fei was about to reach the top of the tower in one step. But this step only brought him to the height of the 7th floor. The gravity of this damn thing could even compress space. He almost embarrassed himself. Han Fei climbed to the top of the tower and looked at the big stone that was as thick as a stone monument, less than 3 meters high. Han Fei spread his arms and grabbed the gravity magnetic seal, ready to try to lift it. Bam! Han Fei exerted his strength and lifted the gravity magnetic seal, and the tower collapsed. Han Fei and the gravity magnetic seal fell on the shell of the Ba King at the same time. Han Fei's heart thumped, and he flashed across the air, avoiding the gravity magnetic seal. Thud! Rolling ripples smashed in all directions. Han Fei was lost for words. "I'm afraid that only kings can move this thing, right?" Chapter 1709. Han Fei finally knew why the king of the Wuji, heaven, threw this gravitational force over to suppress old Ba. Indeed, it was because this thing was too heavy. Ordinary kings couldn't use it at all. Besides, the king of the Wuji heaven also tampered with this gravitational force so that the gravity of the stone covered the entire crab shell. At this moment, the stone was lifted by Han Fei, and after a series of means, the ancient tower naturally collapsed. But now, Han Fei had no time to care about this gravitational force, because in the ruins, a small vine was trembling slightly, and between Han Fei's eyebrows, the demon purification pot came out by itself. Hiss! Han Fei immediately held his breath. The old turtle was stunned. This was the first time he had seen the demon purification pot leave Han Fei's body. The demon purification pot was already very scary. But who would have thought that there was still a vine in the demon purification pot? Once this vine was attached to the body, what would the demon purification pot become? Han Fei had seen such a scene several times. The demon purification pot was rotating and trembling, and the small vine seemed to be frozen in the void, ready to connect with the demon purification pot. After only a few seconds, Han Fei's demon purification pot stabilized, and the small vine flew over and hung on the demon purification pot. Han Fei wanted to see if there were any changes in the demon purification pot, but a shocking scene happened. However, a shocking scene happened. When the 4 vines converged, a main vine appeared, and on the main vine, a bud slowly stretched out. Han Fei saw that the bud was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, it became a pale yellow flower. Hiss! Han Fei's eyelids twitched wildly. Will the demon purification pot bloom again? But it was not over yet. The flower of the demon purification pot slowly bloomed. After it bloomed, a fruit appeared. Goodoo! Han Fei's eyes widened. A fruit? That's awesome. How could the fruit growing on the demon purification pot be an ordinary fruit? But after growing for about 2 minutes, Han Fei found that the nail-sized thing didn't seem to be a fruit, but a jade slip. Yes, Han Fei was right. It was a jade slip that was growing. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Old Yuan, is mine considered a worldly spiritual treasure?" The old turtle was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It was one thing for a demon plant to grow fruits, but a jade slip? Who the hell had seen this before? The old turtle was dumbfounded. I really don't know. Han Fei just asked old Yuan a question, symbolically. This sort of thing was probably a very rare occurrence in the entire vast sea. However, this must have something to do with the arcane realm that Bawang mentioned. After all, I and the others dug out a demonic plant full of all kinds of strange treasures from that secret realm. Han Fei even suspected that thing was the demon purification pot. Also, Han Fei felt that when he had the chance in the future, he would definitely go to the Grand Purity Palace again after about 300 breaths of time. The jade slip gradually took shape. Gotcha! Han Fei was shocked. He thought that the jade slip was broken. In the end, he saw that the root of the jade slip was withering, and the jade slip directly fell to the ground. Han Fei immediately stretched out his hand and picked it up. On the demon purification pot, where the flower had just bloomed, a small section of branches and leaves withered and fell naturally. So far, no other anomalies appeared. The demon purification pot finally welcomed its 4th vine. Then, the demon purification pot disappeared into the center of Han Fei's eyebrows again. Han Fei, on the other hand, had no time to check what had happened to the demon purification pot. His eyes fell on the jade slip. When his soul power soaked in, information popped up. Bloodline devouring, divine technique, introduction. A special bloodline enhancement method born by nature. You can improve your life level by devouring the bloodlines of different races. The ability to devour bloodlines has nothing to do with one's level, but only the bloodline. If you encounter a special bloodline, you can devour it without worrying about any side effects. Deduction. Unable to deduce note. After devouring the bloodlines of other races, a fetus of life will be condensed in the abdomen. When the fetus is formed, the bloodline will be replaced and a stronger life level will be created. Divine technique? After reading this, Han Fei was dumbfounded on the spot. He fell into a state of sluggishness. Earlier, the old turtle told him that the life level of human beings was not high. Among the thousands of races in the vast sea, they could only be ranked in the middle. At that time, he also reminded him to find a way to improve his life level when he reached the 36 profound heavens. Now it was great. The dermic formulation had grown out on its own. Moreover, the effect was ridiculously awesome. At this moment, the old turtle asked, "What jade slip is this?" Han Fei didn't speak. After a pause, he looked at the demon purification pot. Han Fei found that there were no new functions in the demon purification pot. However, this bloodline devouring, known as a divine technique, was extremely powerful. Han Fei immediately responded, "Old Yuan, have you ever seen a divine technique?" Old Yuan was speechless. "Are you talking about divine techniques? Are they just called divine techniques?" Before Han Fei spoke, Old Yuan said, To be honest, if it's just self-titled, my turtle shell sky sealing technique and your Gemini divine technique can both be called divine techniques. But in the legends, the real divine techniques are the super great techniques that have the power to go against the heavens. In the age of gods, only the gods could master divine techniques. Yes. Han Fei just responded indifferently. Han Fei felt that what he was using now was probably a peerless, great technique that only the gods could have. Han Fei couldn't wait to start practicing this great technique now. However, Old Yuan's turtle shell sky sealing technique had a time limit. Old Ba's body was still here, and he had to deal with the funeral affairs first. As for the bloodline devouring, when he left the sea area, he would slowly devour it. Anyway, all he had now was the essence blood of the azure dragon, and he could get some of Old Ba's essence blood. As for other creatures, Han Fei hadn't eaten the Tao-seeking fish yet. It could even be said that this entire ocean was the source of power for him to improve his life level. Therefore, although Han Fei was very anxious in his heart, however, his reason still told him that he had to stabilize and improve his life level first. There was still a long way to go. The old turtle asked tentatively, "What's wrong? Don't tell me that you've grown a divine spirit technique." Han Fei said lightly, "You'll know when I start cultivating." With that, Han Fei rushed to the gravitational force, reached out, touched it, and put it into Forge the Universe. At this moment, Forge the Universe was still expanding. Han Fei planned to expand Forge the Universe bigger this time. After all, he was in a different place now. Forge the Universe was originally only 30 kilometers in radius, which was too small. Withdrawing the gravitational force, Han Fei let the demon purification pot begin to absorb the remaining chaotic gas in Old Ba's body. 3 days later, in Forge the Universe, Han Fei was slowly recovering from the modification of the hull. The old turtle said, "Are you done? The sky sealing technique is about to be unsealed." In front of Han Fei, there was a large, pure, black ship. This ship was naturally the one that Old Ba had left for him, the strongest flagship. Because this main ship was pieced together by disassembling the essence of thousands of large ships. Although the parts were gorgeous, the overall connection was still not perfect. Besides, a colorful ship didn't suit the style of the Avenger. What if he went out in a colorful Avenger? As long as he took a step forward, the Avenger would immediately become the enemy of the entire chaotic Azure Sea. Because the ships of the 36 mysterious heavens and the top 10 pirate teams could basically be found on the Avenger. Who else would they fight? And in order to carry out this transformation, Han Fei spent more than a month in Forge the Universe. Even so, it was just barely completed. After all, it took a lot of resources to transform a ship. Although the ship that Old Ba collected was already very good in itself. However, the quality of the materials was uneven. Han Fei happened to know how to refine weapons, and in Forge the Universe, there happened to be a lot of materials that couldn't be used. If all of them were used on one ship, how powerful would the Avenger be? Han Fei didn't know. However, such a modification, in addition to material resources, also consumed a lot of energy. When Forge the Universe was expanded to a radius of 100 kilometers, after another round of crazy transformation, the spiritual stones, spiritual energy, and other resources on him were almost consumed, and the hull was only about 2/3 transformed. The ship array hadn't been studied yet, and the energy cannon was still being studied. It seemed that Han Fei was now the first step to becoming a mature pirate. He still needed a perfect pirate ship. The old turtle roared, and Han Fei immediately opened Forge the Universe. Han Fei said, "Okay, there's nothing left here. Open it. It's time for us to leave." With a thought, the nautical panorama appeared in Han Fei's hand. At the moment when the turtle shell heaven sealing technique was unsealed, there was a rumble above the sky. Cracks appeared, rainbows pierced the sky, and a rain of blood poured down. At that moment, near the savage abyss, countless people looked up at the sky. Someone exclaimed, "What's going on? Is this the fall of a king?" Someone was shocked. This level of celestial phenomenon, which king has fallen? Someone sighed. Is there a battle between kings nearby? Meanwhile, far away in the inner district, in a magnificent palace, a stern-looking man suddenly opened his eyes. The ultimate magnetism field has disappeared? Kingba has fallen? Hum. As soon as this person's voice fell, his figure disappeared into the void, and no one knew where he went. And Han Fei, at the moment when the celestial phenomenon broke out, the nautical panorama in his hand began to turn, directly pointing the nautical panorama to a large ship of the 13 heavens nearest to him. Should he go to the 13 heavens or not? It didn't matter. Han Fei just needed to find a place to settle down first. Now that he had a divine skill, of course, he had to find a safe place to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Of course, he couldn't pretend to be Jiao Gong Tian anymore. Jiao Gong Tian had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. Before, the man on the snow just didn't want to fight with him, so he pretended to face him normally. Chapter 1710. As long as there was a route, the big ships of the major immortal palaces that could teleport moved very fast. The reason why it took 5 days was that after each void teleportation, they needed to draw energy from the void and wait for the next void teleportation. This was the first time that Han Fei had come to the territory of the third major immortal palace, other than the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven. When Han Fei appeared in the outside world, the big ship was flying above the sky. High in the sky, there was a floating island about 1,000 kilometers wide. On this floating island, there was a special berth for large ships, as well as a port for small ships. Han Fei's perception swept the sea surface and found that within tens of thousands of kilometers here, there was a safe place. The layout here was a bit similar to the layout of the Yin-Yang Heaven. The only difference was that the super big ship of the Venerable Realm and the ordinary fishing boat appeared on the same island. This meant that the island Han Fei and the others were on now might be equivalent to a teleportation point or a courier station. After the big ship was docked, Han Fei had already left quietly. He simulated his aura to that of a law enforcer and walked on this floating island. Han Fei took a few steps and found that there was a clear lack of ordinary fishermen on this island. It seemed that it was just a courier station and a place for basic material trading. Countless people set up stalls and opened shops here. There were strong people and weak people here. However, in general, there weren't many weak people. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have simulated a law enforcer and appeared here. After a while, Han Fei met an advanced explorer in the crowd who was drinking tea in a restaurant. Yes, no matter what realm one was in, the strong wouldn't be exempt from the secular world. From a long distance away, Han Fei clasped the void lines in the air and directly probed into this person's soul. In fact, on the big ship of the Thunder Fire Heaven, Han Fei wanted to catch a person and look at that person's memory. However, the soul power of a semi-venerable would resist. Besides, there were many venerables on the ship, so it was easy to be suspected. But after getting off the ship and the crowd dispersed, no one could find out what Han Fei had done. The advanced explorer under Han Fei's control couldn't do anything at all. Han Fei quickly scanned this person's memory with his soul. After a while, Han Fei quietly erased the memory of this person being manipulated. The old tortoise said, "Frequently searching other people's memories isn't a good thing." Han Fei smiled casually. "It doesn't matter. I haven't seen much." From the man's memory, Han Fei saw the general layout of the Thunder Fire Sky. The place he was at was known as the Lightning Fire Bazaar. It was the place with the most transactions in the entire Lightning Fire Sky's coastal waters. In the 13 outer realms, the immortal palaces were no secret to the masses. There were also huge cities, villages, and towns here, just that there were a few more markets. The huge city of Thunder Fire Sky was called Thunder City. It was simple and clear. The Thunder Fire Immortal Palace's palace master is an incomparably powerful blacksmith. Even though this fellow was a king, he would make an appearance in Thunder City every 10 years or so to display his dignity as a king through equipment refinement. There were very few blacksmiths in the 36 profound heavens. So, Thunder City was also called the hometown of weapon refiners. All the blacksmiths in the 13 outer realms and the 13 inner realms, if they wanted to grow into stronger blacksmiths, they couldn't do without Thunder City. Speaking of which, the main city of Thunder City was much larger than the main city of Inyon Heaven, at least twice as large. This Thunder City also had 36 towns under its jurisdiction. Each town had several villages under its jurisdiction. In terms of structure, this Thunder City was actually similar to Inyon Heaven. Of course, Han Fei could understand. After all, from the beginning, the 36 profound heavens were all together, so every family must be like this. As for places like Shuimu Heaven, it might be an exception. After all, it was a world controlled by plant creatures. How could it be the same as the human world? Perhaps a long time ago, Shuimu Heaven was also created by human beings. However, after coming to the savage abyss, it gradually adapted to the plant creatures' preferences. The refining skills of Thunder City were quite good, but Han Fei didn't intend to stay here for long. However, since he was already here, he had to learn some of the forging techniques of Thunder Fire Sky. On the big ship, he heard that the heaven-asking thunder summoning technique and Thunder God's hammer seemed to be relatively rare refining techniques. This was the first time Han Fei had come to the outside world. Therefore, he also hoped to compare his combat skills, refining techniques, and arrays with the outside world in all aspects, learning from each other and quickly adapting to the outside world, so that Han Fei could better improve his strength. After thinking for a while, Han Fei decided to go to Thunder City to have a look. Anyway, from the memory of that person just now, it seemed that if he wanted to go to the inner area, he had to take a boat from Thunder City. As for identity, it didn't matter. He could use his black mist body to sneak onto the boat. As long as he got on the boat, he could cultivate all the way to the inner area. Half a day later, Thunder City, South Island. Han Fei held Nian, his hand, and Xiao Sei followed behind him. Old Yuan was temporarily cultivating in Forge the Universe, so he didn't come out. When Nian just came out, she exclaimed in shock, "Brother, there are so many people." Han Fei said, "Nian, this is human society. Thunder City, worthy of being a city of refining." Along the way, what they saw most was refining workshops. The place Han Fei was going to was the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion in South Heaven of Thunder City. It was said that it was the top consumer place in South Heaven Island, mainly selling all kinds of divine weapons. Perhaps because it was close to the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, there were many small workshops nearby. All kinds of clanking sounds rang out incessantly. On the roadside, people often shouted, "Brother, the Peng Brothers refining workshop is of high quality and low price. Our weapons are comparable to those of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion." Someone shouted, "Authentic high-quality pills of the Medicine King Heaven. You won't lose anything if you buy them." Perhaps because refining and alchemy were inseparable and there were a large number of body practitioners in the Thunder Fire Heaven, all kinds of pills were sold very well. After walking for a long time, Han Fei found that in Thunder City there were many foreign people. When Han Fei came to the Thunder City, he discovered this. The clothes of each of the 36 immortal palaces were different, which might also be the customs of the 36 immortal palaces. In this South Heaven Island bazaar alone, Han Fei saw more than 10 kinds of foreign clothes. This meant that at least people from the other 10 immortal palaces came and went from the Thunder Fire Heaven. Crunch! Nian looked around curiously as she chewed on her chips. "Brother, why is that person banging on the door so loudly?" Han Fei smiled. "That's refining." "Oh, big brother, I saw something delicious. I saw someone put the fish into the big stove." Han Fei smiled. "That's grilled fish." It tastes mediocre. It's not as delicious as the potato chips in your hand. Oh, brother, their clothes are so strange. One of their arms is always exposed. Han Fei was silent for a while. It's not their clothes that are strange, but our clothes are very strange. The men of the thunder fire heaven habitually exposed one of their arms, as if to show off their muscles, and the women of the thunder fire heaven habitually wore long braids. Behind the braids there was a long pendant. Some of the pendants were sabers, some were daggers, and some were hammers. Would it bother his hair? And the clothes of the people of the other immortal palaces were even more different. Take the only person Han Fei knew, the people of the ice and snow heaven. They wore thick plush clothes, so when they walked in the crowd, they looked particularly conspicuous. For cultivators, wearing clothes was just for their appearance, and had nothing to do with whether they were hot or cold. In any case, their own characteristics were the most important. Nian was wearing a blue lace dress made by Han Fei. He himself was wearing a black robe, and so was Xiaosei. Therefore, Han Fei and the others still turned their heads to look at them. When Han Fei saw a tall quadrangular building made of green crystals, he knew that he had found the place, the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Han Fei had already suppressed his strength to the level of a junior venerable. In fact, the people of the 10,000 treasure pavilion did business all year round and had seen all kinds of customers. Seeing Han Fei coming over holding yen, or his hand, and then looking behind Han Fei, the shopkeeper immediately knew that Han Fei and this little girl were not simple. They even felt that this little girl might have a great background. "Sir, welcome to the 10,000 treasure pavilion of the South Heaven of Thunder City." Han Fei glanced at the man lightly. Obviously, they regarded him and the others as people from other immortal palaces. Han Fei didn't mind this. He was not from the thunder fire heaven anyway. Han Fei grunted and said, "I'm here to see something and sell something." Facing Han Fei's indifferent temperament, the waiter still greeted him with a smile. "May I know what you want to see?" "The 10,000 treasure pavilion collects all kinds of treasures and will definitely satisfy you." Han Fei said, "Take me around first." "Okay, sir. With your temperament and realm, you can start from the 3rd floor. Please follow me." Of course, this person couldn't tell Han Fei's strength, but at that moment, someone said to him via voice transmission, "Take them to the 3rd floor. I will receive them personally." On the 3rd floor of the 10,000 treasure pavilion, as soon as Han Fei came up holding Yenner's hand, he saw a slightly fat middle-aged man who immediately cupped his hands to Han Fei and said, "Fellow Taoist, with your strength, the things on the lower 2 floors will not be suitable for a guest. May I know what you want to see, sir?" "I've already asked my servants to move out some of the treasures of the South Heaven treasure pavilion." Han Fei looked at the man, who was a peak-level junior venerable, and he was just a manager of a shop. Sure enough, there were indeed many strong masters in the outside world. Han Fei smiled faintly. "Then let's take a look. 3rd watch. Asking for votes. Smita." End of this chapter. Chapter 1711. More than half a month later, Han Fei wandered around in the mist on the sea and finally found a big ship of another divine palace. When Han Fei saw the symbol of blue flames on the ship, he took a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was more comfortable to use other divine palaces' routes. It took them tens of thousands of years to establish the routes. Did he want to explore and overturn them in a few days or months? It was a bit unrealistic after all. At this moment, the big ship that Han Fei had his eyes on hadn't been activated yet. Usually, big ships wouldn't activate arrays when they were sailing. After all, arrays consumed a lot of resources. The most basic arrays would be activated automatically when the ship was under attack. Therefore, when everything went smoothly, the arrays wouldn't be activated. As for Han Fei, he only needed to simulate a Tao-seeking fish with the chaotic energy 10,000 kilometers away from the ship. As soon as the fish appeared, Many experts immediately flew over. Han Fei grinned. "I've been waiting for this chance." A moment later, an advanced venerable showed up, but the Tao-seeking fish had already disappeared. The man mumbled, "Are the Tao-seeking fish so smart nowadays? They're still far away." What he didn't know was that at the moment he appeared, a black shadow had hidden itself on his body. Han Fei boarded the big ship without a sound, as if he had entered an uninhabited place. There were 47 people on the ship, 11 of whom were venerables, and the rest were demi-venerables. Other than them, there were a few advanced explorers and peak-level explorers. It must be an exploration ship of a divine palace that was here to explore the savage abyss. The mission wasn't very important. Han Fei didn't expect to find anything, so there weren't many venerables on the ship. However, even so, the strongest had reached the advanced venerable realm. Han Fei was surprised by something on the ship. Refining could be done on this ship? There were as many as 4 refining cabins. Han Fei was intrigued. What would refining be like in the outside world? In a certain refining room, when a black shadow snuck in, Han Fei saw a junior venerable and 8 demi-venerables watching an intermediate venerable refine weapons. Clang! The man held a silver hammer in his hand. Lightning flashed on his body and covered the silver hammer. As the hammer smashed down, the spirit spring water in the cabin gathered under the hammer, and the hammer smashed out like waves. From the power of the hammer, Han Fei concluded that this middle-level venerable was also a body refiner. However, this person's forging strength was still not enough. It was obvious that this person had not reached the peak of each realm. Of course, it didn't stop him from improving himself, but as his strength grew, he would eventually fade away from the masses. There was almost no hope of him expanding his sea. In the next moment, a series of clanking sounds could be heard. The middle-level, venerable ones are moved as fast as lightning. He shouted, "Lightning hammer. Transfer the accumulated lightning energy into your meridians. In a single breath, strike 1,000 times, and the force of the strike must fall evenly on the material." Obviously, this middle-level venerable was teaching, and Han Fei watched with great interest. This person's hammering speed was very fast. This great technique was quite powerful. Although the power of the 1,000 strikes wasn't very strong, it was much weaker than the 100 battles hammer. However, the 100 battles hammer was more of a combat technique than a refining technique. In essence, it was used for combat, and this lightning hammer, it should be used purely for refining. Therefore, the focus of the 2 combat techniques was different. The man's lightning hammer continued hammering the martial highness bone for more than 80 breaths, hammering it tens of thousands of times. The martial highness bone grew from the size of a boulder to the size of a fist. Thunder fire. Lightning surged on the middle-level venerable's hands. When the lightning poured into the venerable bone that had already deteriorated, dozens of other resources that had been prepared turned into liquid and merged into it. But in a moment, a broadsword appeared, on which blue lightning spread. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. This person forged an ultra-quality divine weapon so easily. Fortunately, the words of the people next to him made Han Fei breathe a sigh of relief. The beginner venerable couldn't help but clap his hands. "Old John, you're really good. It only took you more than a month to forge an ultra-quality divine weapon. You can open a custom-made divine weapon shop in the Thunder Fire Heaven in the future." The middle-level venerable laughed. "The point is that I can't stay idle. Besides, I have to come out to search for some refining materials." With that, the middle-level venerable looked at the demi-venerables and said, "Have you seen it clearly? In the past month, I mainly used the lightning hammer, thunder fire force, thunder breaking strike, and thunder connecting meridian to forge an ultra-quality divine weapon. In our Thunder Fire Heaven, these forging methods aren't considered to be very profound. As long as you become a venerable, you can learn them all. Now go back and comprehend them. Yes, Teacher Zhang. Han Fei watched in the dark for a moment. Thunder, fire, heaven? Old Zhang once explained that this was an immortal palace that was famous for its refining techniques. According to Old Han, most of the famous sea-quelling bizarre treasures of the 36 mysterious heavens came from the thunder, fire, heaven. As the saying went, refining weapons and alchemy made friends all over the world. This was not false at all. Whether it was the 36 mysterious heavens or the top 10 pirate groups, when they encountered refiners or alchemists, they would not directly kill them. After all, those who could refine weapons and alchemy were all talents. But Han Fei was wondering if the thunder, fire, heaven had a way to refine the gravitational force. However, the gravitational force was originally a treasure in the hands of the Wuji heaven, but it was used to suppress King Ba. It must be because the king of the Wuji heaven couldn't find a way to use it. Maybe they had already seen the king of the thunder, fire, heaven? After the demi-venerables left, the junior venerable said, "Old John, I think you should really think about it. You're extremely talented in the art of artifact forging. Besides, your strength has now reached the peak of the middle-level venerable. Once you break through the advanced venerable realm, you may have a chance to learn the heaven-asking, thunder-summoning technique. Once you learn this technique, you may have a chance to try refining a sea-quelling bizarre treasure in your life." Old Zhang's face froze, and there was a trace of yearning in his eyes, but he still shook his head with a bitter smile. How can it be so simple? That's a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. The heaven-asking, thunder-summoning technique is not enough. At that time you will need different kinds of fire, at least the scorching sun essence fire, and many strange materials. And you will have to practice a hammer technique that is stronger than the lightning hammer. Han Fei heard them clearly. Forging a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Forging an ultra-quality divine weapon and forging a sea-quelling bizarre treasure were two completely different concepts. There was a reason why there were not many sea-quelling bizarre treasures in the entire 36 mysterious heavens. It was because it was too difficult to forge a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. In the chaotic ocean, only the thunder, fire, heaven was famous for its refining techniques. Even the people of the thunder, fire, heaven found it extremely difficult. After listening to the conversation between the two, Han Fei walked around the ship again and then found an empty place that probably belonged to the storeroom. With Han Fei's half-king realm, even if he showed up, no one would be able to find him. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, let's follow the big ship of the thunder, fire, heaven to the thunder, fire, heaven first. When we arrive, you can call me. I'll go into seclusion first." The old turtle was a little puzzled. "You don't seem so averse to seclusion now." Han Fei sneered. "Are you kidding me? If you get the bloodline devouring divine art, I'm afraid you can't wait to practice it." In Forge the Universe, Han Fei sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and carefully studied and practiced the bloodline devouring technique. After Han Fei finished reading it thoroughly, he found that practicing this technique would also bring corresponding problems. For example, after his bloodline devoured a new bloodline, his life level would be improved, and his potential would naturally be improved. Then, in the same realm, the limits to be reached would be different. However, Han Fei was now a half-king. In the past, although he had reached the limit of his ability in each realm, it was only relative to the human bloodline. But that was only relative to the human bloodline. Although Han Fei's bloodline was much higher than that of ordinary people, the human bloodline didn't rank particularly high among the clans in the vast ocean. Therefore, if Han Fei swallowed the bloodline of other races, it might lead to the decline of his own realm. This was to make up for the previous shortcomings of his bloodline and avoid the lack of potential. In other words, Han Fei could use this bloodline devouring technique to constantly purify his bloodline. Besides, there was another problem, that was, if the bloodline of other races that he swallowed was too much higher than his own, it might lead to mutation of his own bloodline. Would it mutate, and in what direction would it mutate? It depended on the willpower and the strength of the devourer's bloodline. At this moment, Han Fei had the corpse of an azure dragon, but he couldn't determine the level of the dragon bloodline. So he couldn't take it rashly. This made Han Fei quite speechless. How the hell do I know what level the bloodline of the human race belongs to? Moreover, different people's bloodlines were different. While Han Fei was thinking about this problem, suddenly, the gray misty space of the demon purification pot appeared in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei was surprised to find that a big gray word named "1,000 Races in the Vast Ocean" had appeared in the demon purification pot. When he saw these big words, Han Fei knew that the demon purification pot really had a new ability. The 1,000 races in the vast ocean. This might be an opportunity for him to learn more about the thousands of races in the vast ocean. If Han Fei wanted to light up this picture, he needed 100 wisps of chaotic gas. Now, Han Fei's chaotic energy had reached 1,583 strands. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care about a mere 100 wisps. However, for a moment the old turtle was dumbfounded. What kind of deal did Han Fei make with the little calabash? First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1712. Han Fei waited for more than 3 hours after the 10,000 species genealogy in the sea was opened. 3 hours later, when the 5 big words were lit up. Then, Han Fei saw a message that made him feel uncomfortable. Above the foggy space, the information showed 10,000 species in the sea, 29620-223 owner, 5065890 nearby bloodlines, Dao-seeking fish, water swamp, cyan black turtle, ancient azure dragon, time dragon carp, sea white shell, ancient essence shell, king crab, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish recommended bloodlines, Dao-seeking fish, water swamp, cyan black turtle, sea white shell, ancient essence shell, king crab. When he saw this information, Han Fei didn't feel good. Didn't Old Yuan say that there were only more than 8 million species in the vast ocean and less than 10 million species? Why did the demon purification pot show nearly 30 million? That was 30 million species of living beings. And he had swallowed the essence blood of the god of war and was ranked more than 5 million species. What a waste of his golden blood. However, at this moment, Han Fei also realized one thing. Old Yuan said that he knew too much about this world, but it was actually just his own wishful thinking. Old Yuan was just warning him with his own experience. Although bloodlines didn't represent combat power, they represented life potential and life level. He was ranked more than 5 million species in the sea. Even if he squeezed out his potential to the extreme, he was still ranked more than 5 million. In this world, there might be many creatures who were extremely powerful when they were born, able to crush you from birth. At this moment, Han Fei realized that he was indeed a frog in a well. He thought that he was so powerful that he could kill a king as a half-king. However, at this moment, Han Fei believed that there were definitely many creatures in this world that could kill a king as a half-king. Han Fei took a deep breath. If he hadn't opened the 10,000 species genealogy in the sea today, he wouldn't even know what level he was at. Now Han Fei knew. Before, Han Fei didn't like the Taishan Sutra, which was ranked more than 5,000. Now, Han Fei had a complicated look. He was afraid that he still had a long way to go. At least, should he break through to the king level? Han Fei began to doubt it. Although he had the bloodline devour divine art, which could make up for the shortcomings of his bloodline, he could use it at any level. However, the effect of the thunder tribulation during the emperor tribulation would be different. For example, if the top 1 million life levels of the 10,000 races in the vast ocean and the top 10,000 races in the 10,000 races in the vast ocean, could their tribulations be the same? Transcending the tribulation was a way to improve one's bloodline. If he could improve his life level as much as possible before the king's tribulation, would the effect of the tribulation be better? Of course, the first thing he should do now was not to consider the tribulation, but to try devouring the bloodlines of other creatures. Han Fei reached out his hand and drew out a stream of essence, blood from the Tao-seeking fish. When the drop of essence blood was swallowed by Han Fei, all the essence blood in his body suddenly began to move crazily. They instantly tore that drop of blood into pieces. At this time, golden blood vessels slowly appeared in Han Fei's dantian. A moment later, a small, illusory fish appeared in his dantian. In just a moment, the little fish was covered by Han Fei's golden blood. In the end, it disappeared without a trace. 10,000 races in the vast ocean. 29620-223 in progress. Owner. For 865894 nearby bloodlines. Water Luster, Ancient Azure Dragon, Time Dragon Carp, Royal Sea White Clam, Ancient Essence Clam, King Crab, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish, Recommended Bloodlines. Water Luster, Royal Sea White Clam, Ancient Essence Clam, King Crab. This time, Han Fei keenly noticed that the option of the cyan tortoise was gone. It meant that after he devoured the bloodline of the Tao-seeking fish, he didn't need to devour the cyan tortoise anymore. The cyan tortoise was Old Yuan's Gui Sanqing. The Tao-seeking fish was legendary, but Gui Sanqing might not even have a legendary quality. However, to Han Fei's surprise, his life level had improved a lot. With only one improvement, his ranking had risen by almost 200,000. Immediately, Han Fei realized that the effect of the bloodline Devour Divine Art on improving the level of bloodline was very low when devouring creatures of the same level. Even if he devoured a powerful bloodline, he wouldn't immediately improve to the same level as the creature of that race. Nothing can be accomplished overnight, and the same goes for magic. However, Han Fei had at least grasped one thing, which was that the ranking of legendary creatures in the vast ocean should be around 5 million, and the ranking of human beings was probably more than 10 million. The reason why he was ranked 5 million at the beginning was probably because he had fused with the essence blood of the god of war. At the same time, he had been constantly refining his flesh and blood. Otherwise, his ranking would have been much lower than it was now. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled into a smile. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Han Fei walked into the sea-quelling painting and appeared on the sea. Water luster suddenly rushed out of the sea. Amidst the waves, the water ball protected the Ba King egg. "Master, why are you here?" Han Fei said casually, "I'm fine." "Water luster, give me a drop of your essence blood." Water luster's life belonged to Han Fei, so it didn't care about a drop of essence blood. So, it gave it to Han Fei without hesitation. Han Fei returned to forge the universe. However, Han Fei didn't immediately devour Water Luster's essence blood, because to devour the essence blood, his body needed to fully adapt to the bloodline that had just been replaced, which would take time. And how long exactly would it take? Han Fei wasn't sure, so he still needed to wait. At least, Han Fei didn't have to worry about not having a bloodline to improve for the time being. With the bloodlines of Water Luster, the Sea Guard White Shell, the White Armor Emperor, and the Ba King, Han Fei estimated that it shouldn't be a problem for him to improve by 1 million. To be precise, on the 27th day, Han Fei felt that he had completely adapted to the devouring this time. Of course, only less than 2 days had passed in the outside world, and Han Fei's personal information also began to change. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 89, half king, 10,000 species in the vast ocean, for 865894, chaotic energy 1. For 83, spiritual power greater than 199,999, perception range greater than 80,000 waves, power greater than 21,201 waves, first spiritual heritage, unknown, second spiritual heritage, unknown, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level, 78, second spiritual beast, king sparrow level, 75, main art, void arrival, level 7 of void fishing, king level, divine quality. Among them the Biggest change was the ranking of the 10,000 species in the vast ocean. After devouring the bloodline of the Tao-seeking fish, his soul power didn't seem to have been improved much. His spiritual power seemed to have been improved by less than 800 points, which was right before the 200,000 mark. As for his strength, it was slightly improved too, but only less than 300 waves. So, Han Fei didn't think there was much difference between the rank of 5 million and the rank of 4,800,000 in terms of life level or bloodline. Of course, maybe it was because the Tao-seeking fish was only a legendary creature, and Han Fei's bloodline level was similar to theirs. So, there wasn't any difference. The king sparrow, on the other hand, had reached level 75, which made Han Fei speechless. How long had it been since he came out? Had the king's sparrow grown so much that it didn't make any sense? Han Fei thought to himself, when I return to the yin-yang sky and get the essence blood of the king sparrow and the others, I'll definitely be in the top 10,000 of the 10,000 species in the vast ocean. At this moment, Han Fei immediately swallowed the essence blood of water luster. When the shadow of the big bird appeared in his dantian, Han Fei's information changed. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 89, half king, 10,000 species in the vast ocean, 486-5894 evolving. 0/1 days, chaotic energy 1, 483, spiritual power 199999, perception range greater than 80,000 kilometers, strength greater than 21,201 waves, first spiritual heritage unknown. Second spiritual heritage unknown, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 78, second spiritual beast, king sparrow level 75, main art, void arrival, level 7 of void fishing, king level divine. Quality. At this point, Han Fei finally realized that the process of devouring the bloodline of other species wasn't as fast as he thought. When he swallowed the Tao-seeking fish, the countdown didn't show up yet. However, when he swallowed the Tao-seeking fish the second time, the countdown appeared. It seemed that the first time was just for reference. It took 133 days to devour the essence blood of water luster. It was almost 5 times longer than the Tao-seeking fish, although it would only take more than 8 days in normal time. Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that the specific operation was much more difficult than he thought. If he swallowed the bloodline of the royal sea white shell, the Ba King, or even the azure dragon, wouldn't it take years to devour one of them? Even if it was in accelerated time, it wouldn't be possible without a few months, right? He wondered how much stronger he would be after swallowing the essence blood of water luster this time. Would there be any signs of his realm slipping? On the 5th day, Han Fei was studying the grand, mystic body. Han Fei wondered, the demon purification pot, confuse arts. If I put many body tempering arts of the same level together, will I deduce some more powerful body tempering art? However, he only had one venerable level, divine quality body tempering art, the ancient desolate war body. The deduction of the indestructible overlord body had led to the grand mystic body, a supreme technique. Before, Han Fei looked down on the grand mystic body. Although he still didn't like it, it seemed that the level of the grand mystic body was much higher than that of his bloodline in the 10,000 species in the vast ocean. However, after reading the cultivation method of the grand mystic body, Han Fei found that he had to cultivate a boneless body. In other words, he would no longer be a human being without bones. When Han Fei was speechless about the grand mystic body, the old turtle reminded him, "We've arrived at the thunder fire sky." The second chapter, asking for votes, end of this chapter. Chapter 1713. No matter where you were, as long as you had money and resources, good things could be found. Of course, there were also things that he couldn't get his hands on. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on them. The middle-aged manager of the 10,000 treasure pavilion waved his hand, and a dozen large boxes appeared in front of Han Fei. Bam! 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 The boxes were opened, and Han Fei saw that 9 of them were weapons and battle suits. Han Fei didn't lack these. There were more than 9,000 pieces of them in Forge the Universe. Why would he want them? So, Han Fei went straight to the other 3 boxes. There was a spiritual fruit, an array book, and a piece of fire crystal in each of them. Seeing that Han Fei didn't care about the ultra-quality divine weapons at all, the middle-aged man immediately realized that this person must have seen treasures like ultra-quality divine weapons, so he was not interested in weapons at all. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Sir, this spiritual fruit is not easy to come by. This is a dragon blood fruit, an ultra-quality spiritual fruit from the dragon subduing heaven. It grows in dragon blood and is very valuable. It is of great benefit to body refining." In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name, dragon blood fruit introduction. This is an ultra-quality fruit grown in the land irrigated by dragon blood. It can enhance physical strength, blood, energy, and potential. Level, C expansion realm quality, ultra-quality, contains spiritual energy greater than 826,000 points. Effect, if eaten directly, it can increase a lot of energy, stimulate the body's potential for a period of time in the future, and improve the strength of blood. It can be eaten repeatedly. Han Fei frowned. This fruit was interesting. However, Han Fei still looked at the other 2 items. The middle-aged man introduced, "Sir, this array book is said to be from the 9 Palace Heaven. You know that the 9 Palace Heaven has been sealed for tens of thousands of years. Can you imagine the value of this book?" Han Fei smiled faintly. "The array book from the 9 Palace Heaven is not necessarily the best, and I don't know how many copies there are. Let me have a look." The middle-aged man was a bit embarrassed, but he guessed that Han Fei's identity was not simple, so he immediately said, "Sir, you can only read 3 pages at most. If you want to read more, you have to buy it." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay." Han Fei looked at the array book. As the pages turned, complicated and dense array patterns appeared on the pages. However, Han Fei immediately discovered that these complicated array patterns were just the concept of the fusion of arrays. He could also draw this thing, so there was nothing special about it. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. Han Fei shook his head slightly and stopped looking at the array book. He asked, "What about this stone?" When Han Fei was reading the array book, his indifferent expression couldn't be hidden from the middle-aged man. After all, having been in business for so many years, he still had a good eye. The middle-aged man immediately suspected that this person was probably also a master of arrays. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Guest, the 3rd stone is a special item of our Thunderfire sky. It's called the Thunderfire Stone, and it's a wondrous stone formed by absorbing lightning from a mysterious crystal. It could be used to refine weapons and act as a lightning fire. Of course, 1 Thunderflame stone could only be used for about 100 breaths of time. After all, a heaven-earth spiritual flame like the Thunderflame is extremely rare. I heard that thunder and fire can be used to refine sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Is that true?" The middle-aged man grinned. "Huh, guessed. Of course it's true that thunder and fire can be used to refine sea-quelling bizarre treasures. You know, in the entire 36 mysterious heavens, our Thunderfire sky has made the most sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Most of them are forged with thunder and fire. Of course, we can't see it. After all, it's the power of the Thunder Lord." Han Fei nodded slightly. "I'll take that dragon blood fruit. Is there anything better in the 10,000 treasure pavilion?" The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback. There are so many treasures, but this person only wants 1 dragon blood fruit? It seems that this person's taste is very high. However, Han Fei only asked about sea-quelling bizarre treasures and didn't care about ultra-quality divine weapons at all. It must be noted that treasures like sea-quelling bizarre treasures would be fought over by the 36 immortal palaces as soon as they appeared. In the Thunderfire sky, ultra-quality divine weapons were actually the best treasures, which were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Hearing Han Fei's words, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Guessed, to tell you the truth, this dragon blood fruit. There are 6 more in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. As for the others, Han Fei suddenly said, what about techniques? Are there no venerable level techniques in the 10,000 treasure pavilion except for weapons? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Techniques? We do have these, but they are not so precious. Please take a look. The middle-aged man waved his hand casually, and several techniques appeared in front of Han Fei. The middle-aged man said, Guess these are already the most powerful techniques that the Thunder Fire Sky can trade with the outside world. If there are more powerful techniques, we don't know about them. I'm afraid the higher-ups won't allow them to be circulated. Han Fei glanced at them. These books were written Lightning Strike, 9-Forge Thunderhammer, Thunder Swallowing Body, and Heavenly Fire Body Polishing Technique. The middle-aged man said, Guess, to tell you the truth, the Thunder Swallowing Body and Heavenly Fire Body Polishing Technique are the best body tempering techniques in the Thunder Fire Sky Venerable Realm. You must also be a body tempering cultivator. You should know how difficult it is and how extravagant it is. You must be buying the dragon blood fruit for this reason, right? Han Fei glanced at them and smiled faintly. I'll take all of these. All of them. The middle-aged man couldn't help saying, Guest, although these techniques are not as valuable as sea-quelling bazaar treasures, they're much more precious than ultra-quality divine weapons. Han Fei smiled faintly. Does the 10,000 treasure pavilion accept things? The middle-aged man said, Of course, as long as your things are good enough. Han Fei waved his hand and threw out 30 ultra-quality divine weapons. Hiss! Han Fei waved his hand, and the middle-aged man was stunned. Damn it, are you really not here to make trouble? He is not from the Thunder Fire Sky, but he took out 30 ultra-quality divine weapons. None of the ultra-quality divine weapons Han Fei picked were forged by the Thunder Fire Sky, because in terms of forging techniques, many of them were spiritual energy forging techniques, which couldn't be from the Thunder Fire Sky. Therefore, when the middle-aged man glanced at Han Fei's batch of ultra-quality divine weapons, he immediately said, Guest, do you want all the dragon blood fruits? Han Fei nodded. All of them. The middle-aged man immediately grinned. Guest, the value of the dragon blood fruit is equal to that of an ultra-quality divine weapon. Han Fei nodded slightly. Of course. In Han Fei's eyes, the value of this dragon blood fruit might be even higher than that of an ultra-quality divine weapon. According to the value of an ultra-quality divine weapon, it was nothing. In the end, 7 dragon blood fruits and 4 great techniques were worth a total of 9 ultra-quality divine weapons. Of course, Han Fei also wanted to sell the remaining 21 ultra-quality divine weapons. There was no other reason but that he had too many of them. The middle-aged man said, Guess the ultra-quality divine weapons have different prices due to different styles. I will quote you according to the ultra-quality spiritual stones. Do you have any objections? Han Fei shook his head. No. The middle-aged man said, Guest, if calculated in ultra-quality spiritual stones, the total value of your 21 ultra-quality divine weapons is about 590,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. I will give you 600,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Han Fei thought to himself, on average, an ultra-quality divine weapon is priced at 30,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. This price is not bad. After all, they were ultra-quality spiritual stones, each of which contained millions of spiritual energy. The ultra-quality spiritual stones were much more useful than ultra-quality divine weapons. Of course, he needed them more. Han Fei nodded. Okay. With more than 600,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones, Han Fei knew that he wouldn't be short of spiritual energy resources for a long time in the future. However, he was still short of some energy fruits. Han Fei asked, Does the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion sell spiritual fruits? The middle-aged man immediately smiled and said, Of course. What type of spiritual fruit do you want? Han Fei thought for a moment. Vitality fruits, energy fruits, and highly toxic ones. Highly toxic? The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback. It was understandable that he wanted vitality fruits and energy fruits, but he wanted highly toxic spiritual fruits? What did he mean? Didn't he want anti-poison fruits? Was this person also a poison cultivator? However, whatever the guest wanted, the shop would provide. There was nothing to say. After all, Han Fei was very valuable. Immediately, the middle-aged man stopped guessing what Han Fei was going to do with it. He said, Everyone, take out all the vitality fruits, energy fruits, and poisonous herbs and fruits in the shop. Remember all of them. After a while, in a hall of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, Han Fei looked at more than 12,000 spiritual fruits. The middle-aged man grinned and said, Sir, that's all. Han Fei nodded. That's all? Under the envious gazes of a group of waiters, the middle-aged man happily handed over the spiritual fruits to Han Fei. Sir, these 12,000 spiritual fruits are already the best stock in our heavenly south region. I don't think you will be interested in the low-quality ones. These spiritual fruits are worth a total of 192,342 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Let me make the decision. I'll erase the 2,342 spirit stones and give you another 410,000 top-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Han Fei nodded slightly. No problem. The middle-aged man was very excited. Even in the thunder-fire heaven, ultra-quality divine weapons couldn't be made easily. Which island in the Thunder City didn't have a 10,000 treasure pavilion? If the 10,000 treasure pavilion in the heavenly south region collected a wave of ultra-quality divine weapons from Han Fei, it could provide more than 50 ultra-quality divine weapons at once. This would definitely cause a small wave of sensation. To refine an ultra-quality divine weapon, first of all, you had to have materials, and secondly, you had to have a refiner. Even a refiner would have to spend several months to forge. Therefore, in the vast Thunder City, ultra-quality divine weapons were in short supply. The middle-aged man calculated in his heart that he could make at least nearly 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones from this business. If he added 2 points, it would be as high as 200,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Just thinking about it, he was very excited. The middle-aged man smiled, paid the balance to Han Fei, and said to Han Fei enthusiastically, Sir, in 7 days, the auction of the heavenly south region will be held by the 10,000 treasure pavilion. If you are not in a hurry, I can arrange the best accommodation for you. At that time, many people from the 13 outer heavens will come, which is a rare event. What do you think, sir? Han Fei's heart did a flip. There should be a lot of good things in the auction of the outer heavens, right? He could have a look. Han Fei smiled faintly. Will anyone from the 13 inner heavens come? The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. That's rare, but not impossible. Occasionally there will be. Han Fei nodded. Okay, then I'll stay here first. The middle-aged man was also taken aback. What he said just now was just polite words. Generally speaking, after doing such a big business, some customers would be worried about their safety and wouldn't let the store arrange accommodation for them. However, Han Fei's attitude was very relaxed, as if he didn't take it seriously at all. Immediately, the middle-aged man was overjoyed again. This customer in front of him is amazing. So, the middle-aged man quickly winked and waved to a waiter. Tianer, come here. Take the customer to the heavenly room of the 10,000 treasure pavilion to rest. During this period, you just need to serve the customer closely. You must serve the customer well. A young girl who was only a peak-level hidden fisher hurriedly ran over and bowed slightly to Han Fei. Sir, Tiana will take you to rest, huh? Right at this moment, a chilly aura suddenly assaulted his face. Han Fei and the others turned their heads, only to hear Nian touch quietly and say, "Brother, what a beautiful sister!" Chapter 17:14. Different from other people's surprise. Han Fei sensed that Snowmorn was shivering all of a sudden. Snowmorn was his weapon. Why would it shiver for no reason when it saw someone else? Han Fei looked back, only to see a peak-level venerable in a white cloak. She was followed by 2 peak-level junior venerables. This woman's bearing was graceful. She wore a white snow cloak, and her complexion was fair. At first glance, she seemed cold, but there was a hint of warmth at the corner of her brows. Next to her was a peak-level venerable. There was no telling if it was because of the unusual movement of Snowmorn, but when Han Fei looked at the woman was looking at him too. The 2 of them looked at each other, and they seemed to be a little surprised. The man next to the woman slightly frowned and disliked Han Fei. Han Fei didn't think it was a big deal. However, when the woman passed by Han Fei, she stopped and looked at him. "Have we met before?" Han Fei had already scanned them in his head and shook his head slightly. "No, I haven't." The woman nodded and didn't say anything else. The man next to her, as if to avoid her and Han Fei's eyes, simply asked, "Manager, I'm told that the Myriad Treasure Pavilion in the south has an intact dragon blood fruit. Take it out. We'll take all of it." The middle-aged man was briefly stunned and looked at Han Fei. He didn't know that so many people wanted dragon blood fruits today. While the dragon blood fruits were precious, nobody had bought them for a long time. After all, a fruit was as valuable as an ultra-quality divine weapon. He couldn't afford it, even if he wanted to. The middle-aged man said, "Well, guest from the snow world, the dragon blood fruits in the South Thousand Treasure Pavilion have all been sold." The young man's face changed greatly. "What, not a single one is left? Who bought it?" The middle-aged man said in embarrassment, "Well, I'm sorry. Sir, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion won't disclose the privacy of any customer. If you want a treasure like the dragon blood fruit, you can wait for a few days. The South Thousand auction will be held in 7 days. If you're not in a hurry, humph." However, the young man snorted. "Rules are dead, but people are alive. All we want is the dragon blood fruit. All you have to do is to tell me who bought it." The woman said, "Forget it, since it's already been bought by someone else. It's the same to wait for the auction." The young man's face darkened. "No, Ling, your health is more important. Only items of extreme yang, such as the dragon blood fruit, would have such a miraculous effect. 1 pill can alleviate nearly 10 years of pain. How can I just let it go like this?" At this moment, Han Fei slowly frowned. He hoped that the boss of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion wouldn't make a mistake. He held Nian-er's hand and said, "Nian-er, let's go." But Nian-er looked at Han Fei, then at the beautiful woman, and couldn't help saying, "Brother, sister seems to be sick. Do you want to give one to her?" Hearing Nian-er's words, Han Fei could not help but shrug. "Looks like I'll have to teach Nian-er in the future. Don't abuse your compassion." Sure enough, in the next moment, the young man behind him shouted, "Stop right there!" Holding Nian-er's hand, Han Fei slowly turned around and said indifferently, "What do you think?" The young man frowned. "Brat, it was you who bought the dragon blood fruit?" Han Fei chuckled. "It was me. So what?" The young man glanced at the woman, then lowered his voice and said, "I'll buy the dragon blood fruit at double the price. Please let go." Han Fei smiled faintly. "It's useful to me, so it's not for sale. You." The young man was about to lose his temper, but a layer of frost blocked him. The woman just now took 2 steps forward and said slightly apologetically, "Fellow cultivator, my friend was a little impulsive because he was anxious to treat my illness. I apologize to you on his behalf. However, the dragon blood fruit is of great use to me. I wonder if you can bear to part with it and exchange it for one." Han Fei couldn't help but grin and sneered. You only want one. The young man also said, Ling, one is not enough. The woman nodded slightly. One is enough. The dragon blood fruit only treats the symptoms, but not the root cause. It's only delaying for time. At this moment, the old turtle's voice sounded in Han Fei's heart. This person's body is extremely yin and cold because she lacks a soul. If you take something with extreme yang without her soul, it will only clash with her coldness and consume her lifespan. Han Fei replied, no wonder. This person is at the peak level of the venerable realm, but she makes me feel weak. Can my Tianqi great path save her? The old turtle said, no, she can't. She has a congenital defect. The power of extreme yin and cold can help her make breakthroughs at an inhuman speed, but it will also consume her lifespan at an inhuman speed. Your Tianqi great path can't summon souls, so its effect on her is actually similar to that of the dragon blood fruit. Han Fei understood. In the 10,000 treasure pavilion, under the gazes of those people, Han Fei shook his head slightly. No, how dare you? Brat, you are just a junior venerable. Believe it or not, I'll make sure that you can't walk out of Thunder City. However, the young man was enraged, and he almost flew into a rage. Han Fei glanced at the young man disdainfully. You're just a peak-level venerable. How dare you make sure that I can't walk out of Thunder City? Are people from the ice and snow heaven so arrogant now? Arrogant? In an instant, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 treasure pavilion and the people around him, including the woman, all looked at Han Fei in surprise. And Nian also clenched her fists and said, My brother is very powerful. He's not afraid of you. The young man narrowed his eyes. Is this person's identity not ordinary? He snorted coldly. If the ice and snow heaven is not qualified, what about the golden crow heaven? Hiss! An expert from the inner domain. The middle-aged man gasped. How come even an expert from the inner domain is here? Seeing the woman frown slightly, Han Fei understood what was going on. Han Fei said, You can call the people of the Golden Crow Heaven and try to keep me here. Then Han Fei looked at the woman from the ice and snow heaven and said, You want to use the fire of the Golden Crow Heaven to cure your illness, but you found that your lifespan is being consumed rapidly and they can't do anything, right? The man shouted, What do you know? Don't spout nonsense again. Only the Golden Crow Heaven can cure Ling-er's illness. But the woman's pupils suddenly constricted and she looked at Han Fei in surprise. Sir, are you from the Medicine King Heaven? Han Fei said, Can the Medicine King Heaven save you? The woman shook her head. No. Han Fei said, You have a body of extreme yin and extreme cold. Because you lack a soul, any spirit treasure of extreme yang will be extremely poisonous to you. So, I'm actually helping you by not exchanging the dragon blood fruit with you. Otherwise, it will only accelerate the reduction of your lifespan. Then, Han Fei took Nian-er's hand and was about to leave. Han Fei said as he walked, Nian-er, sometimes helping others depends on fate. You can't help others when they are in trouble. Most of the time, not only will you not help them, but you may also hurt them. Oh, the two junior venerables next to the woman were shocked. How can this be? Holy girl Chu Ling, your lifespan is really decreasing? The man looked shocked. How is that possible? Nonsense. This guy is talking nonsense. Ling-er, you can't trust him. When I become half a king, I will definitely be able to activate the Golden Crow Fire Seed and save you. Huh. After a few steps, Han Fei stopped and slightly frowned. Han Fei looked back at the woman and asked, Girl, what's your name? The man from the Golden Crow Heaven said, What do you want? The woman from the ice, snow, heaven bowed slightly. Bingshua Chuling of the Snow God Temple from the Ice Snow Heaven. Han Fei. Han Fei was stunned for a long time. Sure enough, it was fate that brought them together from 1,000 miles away. But if not, they wouldn't meet face to face. It turned out that Bingxue Chuling was the holy girl of the ice-snow heaven, but he happened to meet her in the thunder-fire heaven. Han Fei really didn't know what to say. Maybe everything in this world was just a coincidence. The heavenly Tao was full of twists and turns, but there was always a round trip. Han Fei hesitated and said with his soul, "I may be able to help you, but I don't like the idiot around you. I'll stay here for the auction these days. It's not hard to find her. Half a king." Bingxue Chuling's pupils constricted again. Han Fei clearly showed the strength of a beginner venerable. However, he could avoid everyone else and directly send a voice transmission to her, which was something that only a half-king could do. No wonder this person was not worried or scared at all when he heard about the Golden Crow Heaven. He was already a half-king, unless he was killed by multiple half-kings or a king. Otherwise, who could easily defeat a half-king? Han Fei said, turned to look at Tian, who had been worried to death, and smiled. "Okay, lead the way." In the field, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion secretly noted that Han Fei was definitely not an ordinary person. Even when facing the holy girl of the Snow God Temple, he refused resolutely without batting an eyelid. As for the strong man from the Golden Crow Heaven, he looked disdainful. He was definitely strong from the bottom of his heart. He was a businessman. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had seen all kinds of people. Therefore, the middle-aged man immediately confirmed that Han Fei was not an ordinary person. Bingxue Chuling was also surprised. She lost a soul, which was the same as what the Medicine King said. However, he said he could help her? Could it be that he could help her summon her soul? The most annoyed one was the man from the Golden Crow Heaven. At this moment, he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Bingxue Chuling, he would have already gone up to kill Han Fei. At this moment, he said, this guy is arrogant. Let me investigate his background." Bingxue Chuling frowned and looked at the young man. "Okay, Jin Quan. He's right. I do lack a soul. Maybe he's right. The power of extreme yang will only accelerate my death." Chapter 17:15. In fact, the 10,000 Treasure Tower was often a place where distinguished guests from the 13 outer heavens would stay. Those who were able to visit the immortal palace next door were usually not simple characters. They also had some family background. If Han Fei took out 30 ultra-quality divine weapons at once, he would be a distinguished guest. This 10,000 Treasure Tower was not far from the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion and had more than 30 floors. Han Fei was directly arranged to the top floor of the 10,000 Treasure Tower, which represented his status. On the top floor, half of the whole floor was for Han Fei to live. All the facilities here were as if he had opened a super luxury hotel. Standing on the top floor, he could see the scene in the distance. Outside the 10,000 Treasure Tower, in addition to the refining shops, there were mostly some markets. However, except for some local characteristics, the types of markets were no different from other immortal palaces. Nianer said, "Brother, I want to go out to play." Han Fei smiled and looked at Xiao Sei. "I have something to do. Take Nianer to play nearby, but don't go too far." Xiao Sei nodded slightly. As an intermediate venerable, it was easy for him to take care of Nianer. Nianer asked, "Brother, aren't you going?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Nianer, be a good girl. I still have something to do. Go out and buy whatever you want and eat whatever you want. Don't worry about it." Han Fei threw out a sun-moon shell. After Xiao Sei left with Han Fei waved his hand casually. The 4 great techniques he bought from the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion were placed in front of Han Fei one by one. When he was on the ship, Han Fei thought of the Thunder-Fire Heaven and learned the refining techniques here. It was actually very simple for him. He just needed to find 2 of the mainstream refining techniques of the Thunder-Fire Heaven. The lightning strike technique he bought from the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was extraordinary. Although it was a venerable level, mid-quality technique, it should be possible to deduce the heaven-asking thunder summoning technique. Sure enough, Han Fei only spent a wisp of chaotic energy and deduced the heaven-asking thunder summoning technique in one go. Heaven-asking thunder summoning technique, venerable level ultra quality. Note: gathers the power of the heavens, attracts lightning, through drawing the power of lightning from the 9 heavens into the body of the hammer, using force to hammer, using the power of lightning to expel impurities, achieving the effect of purifying heavenly energy. This was a great artifact, refinement art. Those who were not body cultivators should not try it lightly. Deduction consumption. 10 strands of chaotic energy. Note: this lightning is just ordinary lightning. When Han Fei saw that the lightning was just an ordinary one, he immediately lost interest. It seemed that this lightning-seeking heavens technique was still not strong enough. His refining skills were not bad, and he could already forge supreme-grade divine weapons. If it was just ordinary lightning, he still couldn't make a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. So, Han Fei didn't intend to stay here. Continue the deduction. A moment later, a new technique appeared in Han Fei's head. Sky Thunder Seeking Technique, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Note: gathers the power of the heavens to form the lightning gathering formation, activates the heavenly Tao, seeks the 9 heavens lightning, and draws it into the body of the hammer, using force to hammer, using the power of the lightning to expel impurities, achieving the effect of purifying the heavenly energy. This was a great refining technique, and unless one had a strong cultivation, one should not try it lightly. Deduction consumption. 100 strands of chaotic energy. Note: when you master this technique, there is a certain chance that you will get purple lightning. When he saw the Sky Thunder Seeking Technique, Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. If there was purple lightning, it would be great for his body tempering. At this moment, Han Fei felt that there was no need to continue the deduction. If he continued, he would get the sea expansion technique. Besides, it would consume a lot of chaotic energy. Right now, he should be accumulating chaos chi, not consuming it. After getting the Sky Thunder Seeking Technique, Han Fei still needed a hammer technique. Originally, Han Fei could deduce the 100 Battles Divine Hammer. However, he was used to using knives and wasn't used to using hammers. Besides, the 100 Battles Divine Hammer was a combat technique. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't use this technique again in the future, so he wouldn't refuse it. Han Fei deduced the 9 Forging Thunder Hammer, the Thunder Swallowing Body, and the Heavenly Fire Body Polishing Technique one after another. The results were Treasure Thunder Hammer, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Note: practicing this hammer will give you the appearance of the Thunder God. The practitioner's physique must be extremely strong, and his strength must reach at least 10,000 waves in order to wield this hammer. This technique can also be used as a body tempering technique. Disadvantage: this technique consumes a lot of hammers. Deduction cost: 100 wisps of chaotic energy. Note: it may induce a thunder body. This technique was both a hammer technique and a body tempering technique. If so, he would lose 3 body tempering techniques at once, wouldn't he? He continued reading. Thunder Body, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Note: attracting lightning through refining, attracting lightning to temper the body, and tempering the body to create a thunder body. Once the thunder body is created, the mortal bloodline can enter the heavenly bloodline. Those who have mastered the thunder body are born to resist lightning, which is more than twice as effective as ordinary people in the same realm. Disadvantage: to practice the thunder body, you need to use a lot of the thunder summoning technique or find a place with a lot of lightning to temper the body. Deduction cost: 100 wisps of chaotic energy. Note: the main problem of this technique is to search for lightning. Han Fei felt that he should be able to practice the thunder body after he returned to the savage abyss and tempered it in the thunder prison for a few years. The next technique, Heavenly Fire, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Note: attract heavenly fire to temper the body. Set up a barrier. Use the barrier as the furnace, and the body as the weapon to create a place of extreme yang. It will take 49 years of refining every day. Before practicing this technique, you can practice the thunder body first. The effect may be doubled. Disadvantage: to practice the heavenly fire body, you need to have a strong physique to survive the practice. Deduction cost: 100 wisps of chaotic energy. Note: don't underestimate the power of heavenly fire. Looking at the heavenly fire body, Han Fei remembered that the body tempering technique that the Giant King used for him was also to attract heavenly fire to temper his body. However, it was different from directly attracting heavenly fire to refine stones and wrapping himself in it. However, the heavenly fire body needed 49 years of refining. Who could afford to waste such a long time? He was not in Forge the Universe, but 49 years in the outside world. After reading the last 3 techniques, Han Fei thought of something. If I add the ancient desolate war body, I should have 4 peak-level venerable body tempering techniques, right? What about the fusion of the demon purification pot? If I can collect some more body tempering techniques, deduce them to the same level, and then merge them together, can I create a more powerful body tempering technique than the Taishan body? If I can deduce it, then the thunder body and heavenly fire body will just be a transition. By then, once I practice the super body tempering technique, my strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Sitting cross-legged, Han Fei slowly got up and smiled. Obviously, these great techniques of the thunder fire heaven should be slightly modified by the Lord of Thunder and Fire and then slowly released. Therefore, in the end, the results of his deduction were more or less integrated. Or, it was possible that the Lord of Thunder and Fire's technique would be different from what he deduced. The Lord of Thunder and Fire probably had at most 1 technique in the sea expansion realm. Otherwise, if his many cultivation techniques all reached the sea expansion realm, he wouldn't be able to survive. The thunder fire heaven would not become one of the 13 outer heavens, but the 13 inner heavens. It would even be comparable to the powerful immortal palace in the immeasurable heaven. However, Han Fei didn't panic. He had just come to the outer heavens, and the thunder fire heaven was only the first immortal palace force he had come to. After looking for he had to go to the Taishan heaven. It was said that the Taishan heaven had a collection of strange techniques in the world. Then, there might be many body tempering techniques. If he could get some of them, maybe he could create an unparalleled great technique. Just when Han Fei was still immersed in his fantasy, suddenly, Xiao Sei's voice came. Han Fei! Xiao Sei only called Han Fei's name, and Han Fei's perception swept over. At the same time, another perception swept over, and the 2 perceptions collided in the void. Han Fei felt that the other party's soul was strong and seemed to want to fight him. Humph! Han Fei's soul turned into a thorn, pierced through the void, and directly pierced the person's soul. The next moment, Han Fei appeared outside a restaurant in the blink of an eye. When Han Fei arrived, he saw a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of Xiao Sei's mouth. And Nian was held by a young woman. There were 3 people on the other side, a young man, a young woman, and a white-haired old man. The young man, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, was glaring at Han Fei fiercely. "Brother!" Nian called out to Han Fei anxiously, seeming to want to break free from the young woman's hand. In an instant, monstrous murderous intent enveloped the 3 people opposite. The young man and the young woman were horrified as if they had fallen into the devil's altar. The woman's face was pale and she was shocked. What a terrible, murderous intent! How many souls have died in his hands? And the man, trying to resist Han Fei's murderous intent, was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The number of people Han Fei had killed was probably more than the number of meals he had eaten. How could he resist it? Compared to these 2 people, the old man opposite could still maintain his figure and wasn't embarrassed. At that moment, Han Fei's eyes were bloodthirsty, and he looked at the young woman coldly. "Let go." The young woman subconsciously let go and didn't dare to grab him again. Nian hurriedly broke free from the woman and ran to Han Fei. Nian was in tears. "Brother, they want to take me away." Han Fei wasn't afraid of killing in the thunder fire heaven. Even if the Lord of Thunder Fire came, he could escape by himself. Once he entered the sea, no one could do anything to him in the vast world. The old man hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation." "Humph!" Han Fei snorted, and his murderous intent disappeared. Then he looked at the old man coldly and said, "You'd better think about how to explain. Whether you can walk out of the thunder, fire heaven depends on how you explain it." Chapter 17:16. Given Han Fei's personality, even in the outside world, he wasn't the kind of person to be bullied. As the 9th immortal master, how could he be bullied by a group of venerables? At this moment, Han Fei looked coldly at the old man. Just as he said, if this old man didn't have a good explanation, they would be robbed the moment they left the thunder fire sky. Although the old man was a peak venerable, he couldn't withstand Han Fei's pressure. He slowly said, "Fellow Taoist, we are from the Medicine King Heaven. We came to Thunder Fire City to participate in the Thunder City's Heavenly South auction. Today, we met this girl by chance and know that she has an extraordinary bloodline. She might be able to enter the Medicine King's sky and even the Immortal Palace. Just now, we were just checking her aptitude." "Humph!" Han Fei sneered. "Do I need you to check Nian's aptitude? Besides, how could you injure my servant when you're just checking his aptitude?" The woman said in surprise, "He was the one who attacked first. We were just checking her aptitude. He thought we were robbing her." Han Fei looked back at Xiaosei, who said with an ugly expression, "Young master, don't let others check." Han Fei said indifferently, "Did they have time to check?" This time, before Xiaosei could speak, the woman said, "No. He sent you a voice transmission the moment he attacked. But you arrived. How could I have time to check?" Han Fei asked, "Just now, Nian said you were taking her away. What's going on?" The old man said, "Well, this girl just thought we were taking her away." "Humph!" Han Fei put away his fierce gaze and said calmly, "This time is just a warning to you. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because the Medicine King sky is in the inner area. If you do this again, kill." Han Fei secretly used the power of the 100-beast soul devouring roar. How could the three resist it? So, almost at the same time, everyone, including the white-haired old man, felt their chests tighten. A mouthful of blood rushed to their throats. The white-haired old man was shocked. What the hell is this? Judging from his attire, this person was definitely not someone from Thunderfire Sky. However, his strength was at least half a martial king. Han Fei turned around and smiled. "Nian, shall we continue? I'll personally show you around." Okay, Nian, I was still afraid of strangers. She glanced at the people from the Medicine Kingdom in the end, as if she still had lingering fears. After a while, Xiaosei looked at Han Fei. "These people seem to be extraordinary. Is it okay to offend them?" Han Fei chuckled. Offended? If they were not in Thunder City, they would have been drifting on the sea. Furthermore, the sky of the Medicine Kings was part of the inner region. The people of the inner region would eventually return to the inner region. At that time, we might even have to borrow their route. On the other side, the Herb Kingdom trio were still in a state of shock. The woman said with astonishment, "Grandpa Su, just how strong is this person? How terrifying." The youth also gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Su, are we just going to let this matter go? Our Medicine Kingdom was bullied in the streets of Thunder City. This matter cannot be brought to light." The old man shouted, "Enough! Xiao Fan! Being a venerable doesn't mean that you are strong. Although the Thunder Fire Sky is weak, its refining techniques are unparalleled. There are definitely many strong masters in Thunder City. This person can make you vomit blood and take your life with a thought. You should be glad that you didn't meet him on the sea." The young man's face changed, but the woman was still scared. "This person's killing intent is so strong. I'm afraid he's not a good person." The old man said lightly, "How many good people do you think can reach the venerable realm?" 3 days later, Han Fei had completely devoured the bloodline power of Waterluster. Devouring the legendary bloodline power made Han Fei's bloodline to a higher level. The data showed owner, Han Fei level 89, half king, the 10,000 families in the sea. For 086214 chaotic energy, 1,439 strands spiritual power, 200001 perception range, 100,000 kilometers power, 21709 waves first spiritual heritage, unknown second spiritual heritage, unknown first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 78, second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level 75, main art, void arrival, level 7 of void fishing, king level divine quality. No wonder it was a legendary bloodline. At this moment, Han Fei's personal comprehensive strength had been improved again, not to mention that his ranking in the 10,000 families in the sea had increased by nearly 800,000. His soul power had exceeded 200,000, and his perception power had also jumped from 80,000 to 100,000, which surprised Han Fei very much. In the venerable realm, his soul power could exceed 200,000. How could it have such an effect? In terms of strength, the bloodline devouring this time had increased his strength by about 500 waves, which was not a small amount. After all, Han Fei had just devoured bloodlines and hadn't practiced any body refining technique. Now, looking at the information, it seemed that his potential was increasing. At this time, Han Fei felt that he had to find a great technique to cultivate as soon as possible. The 3 body refining techniques he had just obtained from Thunder City were actually not suitable for cultivation in the city. After all, one had to be refined, one had to be struck by lightning, and one had to be roasted by the sun. Han Fei needed a great technique similar to the ancient desolate war body or the former indestructible body. As long as he had the resources, he could cultivate a technique. Of course, now Han Fei needed to find another bloodline to continue devouring. These different high-grade bloodlines were indeed beneficial to him in all aspects. Han Fei glanced again. In the black mist of the demon purification pot, the information showed 10,000 families in the sea, 296202223 owner. For 086214 nearby bloodlines, Ancient Azure Dragon, Time Dragon Carp, Sea White Shell, Ancient Essence Shell, King Crab, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit swallowing fish recommended bloodlines. Sea White Shell, Ancient Essence Shell, King Crab. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Judging from the recommended bloodlines, the Ancient Azure Dragon, Time Dragon Carp, Little Black, and Little White didn't seem to be bloodlines that he could devour now. But fortunately, he still had the essence blood of the Sea White Shell and the Ancient Essence Shell. The bloodlines of legendary creatures were only ranked about 5 million on the 10,000 families in the sea. Now that he had devoured the essence blood of legendary creatures, his ranking was about 4 million. The Sea White Shell was an ancient exotic species. Although its level was not much better than that of legendary creatures, it was still higher. Since the demon purification pot had recommended him to devour, he didn't have to continue to devour the essence blood of other legendary creatures. So Han Fei continued to devour without hesitation. After a moment, in Han Fei's dantian, a shell phantom appeared, and the words evolving also appeared in the information. However, this time, the time was displayed as 508 days. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the higher the level of the bloodline, the longer it would take to devour it. And this was only the Sea White Shell. For example, the Ancient Essence Shell and the King Crab were all powerful creatures that had become kings. After being baptized by the heavenly tribulation, Their life levels were much higher than those below the venerable realm. If he wanted to devour them, it would probably take him even longer. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. 508 days was equivalent to more than a month in the outside world. If it became a few years, decades, or even hundreds of years, by then it would probably be a long time in the outside world. Han Fei couldn't help looking at his chaotic gas. He really wanted to continue to strengthen the time chain now. If it weren't for the old turtle reminding him that it would consume a lot of chaotic gas to open the sea as a king, he would have used it long ago. 7 days later, Han Fei and Nian were sitting opposite each other. At this moment, Han Fei was teaching Nian all kinds of knowledge that almost drove Xiao Sei crazy. For example, Han Fei said, Nian, if you want to cultivate, what is the best way for you to obtain resources? Nian replied, catch fish and find treasures. Han Fei shook his head. No, it's robbery. The world of cultivators has always been the law of the jungle. If you have resources, many people will come to rob you. Good people and bad people, in the absence of bystanders, can only rely on self-restraint and nothing can be trusted. Good people sometimes become bad people. Bad people may sometimes become good people. So don't believe in good people. Nianer asked then, do you rob anyone who has resources? Han Fei smiled and said, of course not. Some people were weaker than you, and their talent wasn't that good. Generally, you can't rob this kind of people. If you want to rob them, rob those who are talented, have a strong background, and have a powerful backer. These people, if you rob them once, can earn them back. You've only created a small obstacle in his path of cultivation. Nianer asked, then will robbery involve a life-and-death fight? Big brother Xiao Sei said that the outside world is full of killing. Han Fei smiled and said, it depends on the situation. If you think some people are pleasing to the eye and it's not necessary to kill them, then you don't have to do it. If some people look bad at first glance, like the marauders we saw last time, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about killing that kind of person at all. The time dragon carp asked Han Fei to take care of the child and soon denied everything Xiao Sei taught her. At least, Xiao Sei wouldn't teach Nianer to rob. These days, Xiao Sei wanted to interrupt Han Fei more than once. However, he was glared at by Han Fei. Han Fei was about to continue teaching her when he heard the voice of the suite, a waiter outside the door. Sir, the Tian'an auction will begin in an hour. Do you want to go now? Han Fei thought for a while. This auction was just for a look, so there was no need to hide it. So Han Fei slowly got up and said, let's go, Nian. I'll teach you today. Chapter 17:17. It wasn't that Han Fei hadn't participated in auctions before. When he was on the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei had also participated. At that time, he spent so much money that he almost had a nosebleed. However, the specifications of the Scattered Stars Island were very different from those of the Heavenly South 10,000 Treasure Pavilion in the Thunder City. The auction here was held underground. Whether from the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion or the 10,000 Treasure Tower, there was a direct passage to the auction house. Han Fei and the others went down directly from the 10,000 Treasure Tower through the elevator. Connor said, Sir, because you made a big deal in the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, the manager specially arranged a separate auction room for you. Heavenly Thunder number 9. The compartment has an independent shielding array, which even a venerable can't detect. Of course, if you don't mind, you can also remove the array. Han Fei smiled. That's perfect. Han Fei thought to himself, no wonder it's a big city. The specifications are really different. When Han Fei arrived at the so-called private room, he found that although the room was not big, it was extremely elegant. On the table, there was tea that had already been brewed. Tian'er said, Sir, this is the heavenly treasure dew and pulse expanding tea specially purchased from the Medicine King Heaven. Please enjoy. If you have any instructions, please call Tian'er. However, Han Fei frowned slightly and said lightly, Give me a new tea set, and this pot of tea is yours." Huh. Tianar was stunned. This pot of tea is worth 100 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Why did he throw it away so casually? However, Tianar was overjoyed. These days, Han Fei and the others didn't need her at all. Therefore, they didn't give her any tips, and she didn't have any luck. Unexpectedly, when the auction began, the other party said that the tea of the Medicine King Heaven was not good enough. So she took advantage of it at this moment. Tiana knew why the manager asked her to serve Han Fei and the others. She had just come to the 10,000 treasure pavilion, and her strength was still too low. If she served such a customer, this pot of tea would be enough for her to enter the law enforcer realm. Maybe she could even quickly stabilize her cultivation. After a while, when a brand new tea set was served, Han Fei waved his hand, and the earth vein spring appeared in the pot. As for Nian Er's cup, Han Fei specially ordered a few drops of demonic chi essence for her. As for the remaining pot of demonic energy essence, Han Fei began to drink it by himself. Perhaps it was because of the upgrade of his bloodline, which led to the upgrade of his life level and life potential. Some of the power that the old Grand Elder had given him before was slowly being absorbed. At this rate, it would only take about a month for old Yuan to release a little more. Tianar was also shocked. Is that earth vein spring water? She felt like she was going crazy. She had been in the 10,000 treasure pavilion for about 5 months, and she had only seen a small bottle of the earth vein spring water. However, Han Fei drank it as tea. Was this the world of the strong? The Tianan auction house was divided into 3 levels. There were countless private rooms. Those with status were basically all on the top floor. There were a total of 36 rooms. There were 72 rooms on the middle floor. The lowest level was the main hall. In fact, there was no lack of rich people who could enter the hall. These people were here purely for the money and were here to search for treasures. A skinny elder presided over the auction, and his strength had actually reached the peak of the venerable realm. Obviously, this displayed the might of the Thunder City's myriad treasure pavilion. To be able to control such a big scene like the 10,000 treasure pavilion, there was naturally a half-monarch overseeing it. He might even be able to form a connection with the Lord of Lightning and Fire. The old man introduced, "Everyone, I'm Thunder City's myriad treasure pavilions, Zhou Qinglei. Today, I will be the host of this Southern Sky auction. There's no harm in letting everyone know that a few amazing treasures are about to appear today. Perhaps everyone will be able to feast their eyes on them." This old man was so mysterious. Immediately someone said, "Lord Qing, can you tell us more?" The old auctioneer smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't recognize it." Ha ha ha! Many people in the hall laughed. Someone said, "You're only a half venerable. Can you afford a sea-quelling bizarre treasure?" Someone sneered. "Forget about sea-quelling bizarre treasures. You may not be able to buy an ultra-quality divine weapon even with all your wealth." Han Fei could not see the other private rooms. He glanced at Tianar and said, "Wait for me outside. I'll call you if I need anything." Tian, yes, my guest. Han Fei sat at the table, drinking and waiting. The auction began a little earlier than usual. The old man, Zhou Qinglei, said, "Everyone, we can't be slow in our actions today. The Southern Sky auction always has treasures. Attention, everyone. Next, the first item of this auction." A high platform covered with red silk appeared in front of the old man, Zhou Qinglei. Someone immediately said, "It's really the usual auction style. The first item is an ultra-quality divine weapon." The corners of Zhou Qinglei's mouth curled up, and he raised his hand. In an instant, blue light shone and lightning arcs flashed. Zhou Qinglei shouted, "The first item of this auction is an ultra-quality divine weapon, the Purple Thunder Blue Fire Hook. It's an offensive weapon that can break through defense and evil. It has a strong suppression effect on undead creatures and evil chi. The starting price is 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Someone laughed and said, "It's like this every time. An ultra-quality divine weapon that should be priced at least 20,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones has to be priced at 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Isn't this place hot enough? Let me warm it up. I'll pay 20,000. Someone sneered. "What's wrong with warming it up? 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones at once? Are you a rich man? 21,000. Someone shouted, 22,000, 23,000, 30,000. Seeing this scene, Han Fei felt that he was too stingy before. Are the people in the outside world so rich? Ultra-quality spiritual stones, 20 or 30,000 at once. How much spiritual energy would that be? Clang! In the end, Zhou Qinglei knocked the hammer and shouted, "Purple thunder, blue fire hook. 38,000 going once, 38,000 going twice. Sold." As soon as the deal was made, the atmosphere in the hall was heated. Zhou Qinglei raised his head and glanced up. None of the people up there bid, especially the people at the top level. So far, no one had bid. It seemed that the treasure was not good enough. Zhou Qinglei waved his hand, and a purple fishing rod appeared. The second item of this auction, the purple dragon void-breaking rod. This rod is made of blood-colored purple dragon bones, with the heavenly thunder divine iron as the hook and the long whiskers of the heavenly carp as the silk. It was forged by a 6-star refiner from Thunder City for 49 days. The starting price is 20,000. Wow. The heavenly thunder divine iron as the hook? Isn't it said that the heavenly thunder divine iron is an iron forged by the master of thunder and fire? Damn, I must get this rod. I bid 25,000. The blood-colored purple dragon is not common. This rod is good at hooking. I want it. 30,000. And this time, someone from the upper level took action. Anyway, Han Fei didn't know who it was. As soon as that person opened his mouth, he bid 50,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones, which shocked the audience and easily won. It was reasonable to say that although the fishing rod was good, as one's strength became stronger and stronger, ordinary people wouldn't use such a powerful fishing rod unless they encountered extremely powerful fishing techniques and hooking techniques. However, Han Fei had to sigh. Refiners really make money. This ability to make money seems to be faster than robbing people. Han Fei couldn't help but marvel. In the end, he was too narrow-minded. Fortunately, it had been a while since he came to the outer domain. If it were in the past, he would have been shocked by this huge amount of resources. Next, it seemed that in order to attract the guests from the upper level, this auction started with 5 ultra-quality divine weapons. In order to take care of the people in the hall, more than 20 high-quality divine weapons, heaven-level ultra-quality cultivation techniques, venerable-level cultivation techniques, top-level spiritual fruits, and so on were thrown out. Han Fei, however, felt a little impatient, and Zhou Qinglei also saw that someone on the upper level opened the array. He frowned slightly and immediately knew that the atmosphere was about to be heated. However, the old man shouted, "Everyone, the next thing is really rare to see." A small bottle appeared on the high platform. Zhou Qinglei spread his hands and looked around. There are 3 great pills in this bottle. These are the heavenly power pills refined by a half-king realm grand pharmacist of the Medicine King Heaven. After taking it, within 3 months, one's perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and affinity to the power of Tao will be doubled. Whether it is practicing cultivation techniques, great techniques, body refining, or absorbing the power of chaos, the effect will be doubled. To prevent the efficacy of the pills from being lost, they will be displayed for 10 seconds. Wow, the heavenly power pill? That's a venerable level divine medicine. Someone said, "What do you know?" That's a divine medicine below the venerable level. It's said that anyone who takes one of them to reach the venerable level will definitely make a breakthrough. Someone said, but it's also very effective for venerable level cultivators. It said that one pill can save 10 years of hard cultivation. As Zhou Qinglei opened the bottle, a golden pill floated in the air, and information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Heavenly Power Pill Introduction. This is a cultivation supplementary pill refined by an alchemist with a wisp of chaotic energy and 300 kinds of precious materials. After taking it, your potential will be stimulated, and you can cultivate quickly in a short period of time. Level: Venerable level, quality, ultra quality, contains chaotic energy, a wisp. Remarks: It's not very effective for advanced venerable level cultivators and above. When Han Fei saw the last line of description, he immediately smiled and felt bored. It was useless for advanced venerable level cultivators, let alone for him. Besides, this thing seemed to be very valuable, at least 50,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. He couldn't buy it and give it to Xiao Sei, could he? After all, Old Yuan didn't need it. Old Yuan was an Emperor Realm expert. Han Fei was not interested, and the audience was shouting crazily. Even on the top floor, most of the private rooms had already started bidding. Someone shouted 60,000, 70,000, 75,000, 80,000, 100,000. Suddenly, someone in the private room next to Han Fei shouted in a low voice. 3 pills were directly quoted a sky-high price of 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones, which directly shocked the audience. A young man walked out of the private room, with a line of fire between his eyebrows and a 5-color will behind him. Wow, he's a 5-element disciple. What? This kind of heavenly talent also came to the Tian'an auction? He has shown up. It seems that we can't compete for this heavenly power pill. Chapter 1718. The auction of the Heavenly Ascension Pill pushed the auction to its climax. In the end, it was obvious that the 5-element sect obtained the 3 heaven-reaching pills. Tiana immediately walked in and said respectfully, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Han Fei said lightly, "Tell me about the 5 elements disciples." Tiana was slightly stunned. She thought to herself, since the guest is so rich and strong, how could he not know about the 5 elements disciples? However, she was just a small waiter. Since the guest had asked, all he had to do was answer. He heard Tiana say, "The 5 elements disciples are disciples of the 5 elements heavenly palace." In the 36 Xian heavens, some of the kings of the immortal palaces personally taught their disciples. The 5 elements disciple was called General Yi, and he was at the peak of the intermediate venerable one. It was said that it could surpass realms in battle and control the 5 elements at the same time. He excelled in both close combat and long-range combat, and was publicly acknowledged as a proud son of heaven in the 13 outer realms. Even in the 13 heavens of the inner realms, there are people who say that among those in the same realm, they can enter the top 10. How many of them are there in the Avalon of 5 elements? Tiana said. Tiana doesn't know about this. However, there are already 3 5-element disciples that have appeared. Yes. All right, you can go. Yes, sir. After Tiana left, Niana said, "Big brother, it sounds very powerful. You can actually control 5 elements. Nian, can only control time." Han Fei was amused. He said, "You can control time as well as he can control 100 elements. Nian, you must remember that the time Great Tao is one of the most powerful Great Taos in the world. You must not belittle yourself." Really? While Han Fei was listening to Tianer's explanation, Zhou Qinglei took out another bottle of pills. Amidst the cries of surprise, someone exclaimed, "What? A 3-stage Tao pattern pill?" While Han Fei was wondering about the pill, Zhou Qinglei said with a smile, "It seems that you've all heard about it." As the name suggested, the triple Tao pattern pill was a supreme pill that had experienced the pill tribulation. Furthermore, 3 Tao patterns meant that he had experienced 3 pill tribulations. It's only 1 step away from the 4th layer. You can evaluate it for yourselves. This pill has a spirit and will not be displayed. Its main effect was to improve one's physique and strengthen one's blood, chi and physique. It was a great help in breaking through. Everyone, please believe in the credibility of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. The starting price of this pill is 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Hiss, Han Fei gasped. Damn it, is alchemy so profitable? The starting price is 100,000. At the end of the auction, wouldn't it be worth 200,000 yuan? Spending hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones for an elixir, is there a hole in my brain? However, the old turtle suddenly said, Buy it! Han Fei immediately said, Wait, isn't it a bit expensive? He didn't even let me see it. The old turtle said, This pill with 3 Tao patterns should be a 3rd-grade tribulation pill from the era of gods. It contained the laws of the heavenly Tao. The richness of the great Tao was not something that ordinary pills could compare to. Although I don't know which aspect this pill focuses on, no matter what aspect it focuses on, there's nothing wrong with buying it. What is pill tribulation? The old turtle said, If you are that pill, then the pill tribulation represents the heavenly tribulation. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. So, it's really a pill that has survived the heavenly tribulation? The old turtle sneered. That's nothing. Once the pill tribulation passes the 6th level, the precious pill can transform into a creature. At that time, the pill can even become a living creature. Therefore, in the era of gods, alchemists made far more money than refiners. Han Fei was speechless. Old Jiang seems to know alchemy too. But at that time, I didn't know alchemy could make so much money. If I had known that alchemy could make so much money, maybe I would have changed to alchemy. However, this time, many people in the hall turned to look at the private room upstairs. Except for these people upstairs, ordinary people couldn't afford this kind of divine pill at all. Next to Han Fei, Bo Yi, the 5 Elements disciple, directly took action and shouted, Such a precious treasure only needs a small increase in the price. I bid 150,000. The audience was in an uproar. However, most people had already expected this result. Without money, they couldn't participate in the bidding of such high-end goods. As soon as Bo Yi finished shouting, someone said, 160,000. A woman followed. It's boring to raise the price like this. 200,000. Don't bid below this price. Immediately afterward, Bo Yi shouted again, 210,000. And at this time in the upper private room, a restriction was directly lifted and a familiar voice came out. 250,000. I want this 3 Tao pattern pill. It was none other than Jin Quan, the heavenly talent of the Golden Crow Heaven who followed Bing Xuechuling. The pupils of the 5 Elements disciple shrank slightly, and he cupped his hands. I didn't expect that the holy maiden of the Snow God's temple would come in person. The other one must be fellow cultivator Jin Quan of the Golden Crow Heaven, right? Jin Quan smiled faintly. Thank you. Wow, the strong masters of the Golden Crow Heaven are here. Is that the holy maiden of the Heavenly Snow sect? Gosh, it's said that she has an engagement with the Golden Crow Heaven. With this person's status, I'm afraid he can't bid this price. However, someone also sighed. It's already 250,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. If he wants to continue bidding, he must have the capital to bid. At this moment, Zhou Qinglei looked around and obviously sighed in his heart, but he also shouted, 250,000 once, anyone else? 250,000 twice. Just when Zhou Qinglei was about to bid again, Han Fei said lightly, 260,000. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes turned to Heavenly Thunder Room number 9. The smile on Jin Quan's face suddenly disappeared, and he said in a cold voice, Don't you know that the Golden Crow Heaven has bid? Han Fei said leisurely, I know. You bid your price, and I bid mine. Why am I bothering you? There was silence. The five-element disciples looked at the private room next to theirs and thought to themselves, "Who is this big shot? How dare he openly challenge the strong masters of the Golden Crow Heaven?" Others didn't know the identity of Jin Quan, but he knew a little. He was one of the candidates for the Palace Master of the Golden Crow Heaven. How dare ordinary people provoke such a character? Jin Quan said, 270,000. Han Fei said leisurely, 280,000. Jin Quan said 300,000. But Han Fei was still calm. 310,000. Jin Quan suddenly stood up and looked straight at Heavenly Thunder Room number 9. "Why don't we meet? Even if you want to continue bidding, you have to prove that you have the money, right? 320,000. Try adding more." Han Fei laughed. "Then let's try 330,000. When he said 320,000, Jin Quan's eyes were almost spewing fire. Bing Xue chilling frowned. "Forget it. This pill is already too expensive." However, would Jin Quan listen to her? He said, "Do you have money? 330,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones are enough to buy 10 ultra-quality divine weapons." Swish! Suddenly, a 3-meter-wide broken carapace, like a door plank, shot through the auction platform from Heavenly Thunder Room number 9. Han Fei said leisurely, "Is this enough?" Jin Quan sneered. "Do you think a carapace fragment can be worth 330,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones?" It had become a contest between Jin Quan and Han Fei. Even the Five Elements sect was willing to wait and watch all this with interest. Han Fei said leisurely, "Why, such a large piece of king's shell armor can't even be worth hundreds of thousands of ultra-quality spiritual stones." When Han Fei said king's shell armor, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Zhou Qinglei squatted directly in front of the carapace. This. King's shell armor? Everyone, please wait a moment. I have never seen a king's precious material. Let me call someone. No need to call, I'm here. A figure suddenly appeared in the auction house. This person was 5 meters tall, carrying a golden sledgehammer. After landing, the person flashed to the side of the shell armor. Someone was surprised. "Is this Master Yu Qianxue, a 7-star refiner of Thunder City?" Yes, in the entire Thunder City, there are only a few 7-star refiners, and Master Yu Qianxue is one of them. It's undoubtedly Master Yu, one of the 3 refiners of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. The Heavenly South 10,000 Treasure Pavilion is under Master Yu's management. Clang! Yu Qianxue flicked his fingers and the airwaves rolled. Even the explorers couldn't stand still. Yu Qianxue's eyes lit up. He narrowed his eyes and his hands were shining. King's shell armor was a peerless, precious material for refining a sea-quelling, bizarre treasure. If it could be refined into a sea-quelling, bizarre treasure, its value would never be measured by ultra-quality spiritual stones. After a while, under Jin Quan's ugly gaze, Yu Qianxue nodded. "Yes, this is the shell armor of a king's shell. If I'm not mistaken, the shell is at least an ancient exotic species, which is extremely rare. Such a large piece, if converted only according to the market price, is worth at least 250,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones." After all, this was just a piece of the shell armor, and it was impossible to refine a sea-quelling bizarre treasure with only exotic materials. Therefore, to be able to offer a price of 250,000 yuan was already extremely high. Swish! Han Fei casually threw out another shell armor of the same size. As soon as these 2 pieces of shell armor were thrown away, Han Fei said leisurely, "Golden Crow, do you want to continue to raise the price?" "It doesn't matter, you can continue." Jin Quan was dumbfounded. "How can I raise the price? These 2 pieces of shell armor are worth nearly 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. What if Han Fei has more? If I raise the price and Han Fei takes back the shell armor, Won't I lose a lot? Immediately, Jean Quan snorted coldly. Hiding your head, but showing your tail. I don't know where you found this secret realm. Let's wait and see. Facing Jean Quan's threat, Han Fei didn't care at all, nor did Yu Qianshui. He said, Fellow Taoist in room 9, are you selling this king's shell armor? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Yu Qianshui was immediately overjoyed. In that case, the Heavenly South 10,000 Treasure Pavilion can accept 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. It is absolutely worth this market price. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Han Fei smiled lightly. Okay. Han Fei was happy to make more money. Once he found a body refining technique, the consumption of resources would definitely not be small. Besides, he still had a pile of such shell fragments. However, the moment Han Fei took out the king's shell armor, Jean Quan, the 5 Elements disciples, and even some others had already begun to stare at room 9. The 3rd chapter, please vote for me. 3 chapters a day is already very fast. After all, there are 10,000 chapters a day. This book has been published for a year and a half, and it already has 2 million words. Please support me. End of this chapter. Chapter 1719. In fact, Han Fei didn't care about what these people thought. Would these people target him? If he wanted to be targeted, then so be it. The people present today were all rich men. Hundreds of thousands of ultra-quality spiritual stones were like a drizzle to them. If they didn't target him, how could he make money? In the next auction, 7 or 8 ultra-quality divine weapons were taken out. After that, there was nothing else. After all, the level of this auction was not high. At this time, the enthusiasm of the auction had subsided, and people had left one after another. The auction house was not stupid. There weren't many people left, so they wouldn't take out any good things. After all, the more people there were, the easier it was to drive up the price. If they wanted to make money, they could only wait until the next time. When everyone had more money, they would come and harvest another wave of leaks. Han Fei drank up the earth-veined spring water in one gulp and held Nian Er's hand. Let's go. Let's go back. Xiao Sei whispered, Master Han Fei, if we go out now, I'm afraid. Han Fei grinned. Don't worry. These few fish can't eat me. Less than half an hour later, someone came to Jean Quan and whispered, Master, this person's name is unknown. He lives in the southern half of the top floor of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. His identity should not be weak. This person is accompanied by a 7 or 8-year-old little girl and an intermediate venerable. It's him? Jean Quan's pupils shrank slightly. He happened to meet a person who came out with a little girl. That person's condescending aura really made him very unhappy. Jean Quan sneered and put on a cold smile. Inform 8th brother to be on standby. Yes, master. Jean Quan secretly laughed. Boy, how dare you ruin the relationship between me and Chu Ling, who will die if you don't. It's a pity that all your king-grade materials are going to be mine. Then Jean Quan continued, Are you sure you can't find out the identity of this person? The man nodded. Young master, I only know that this person seems to come from Thunder Fire Market Island. As for why he is there and what his background is, I don't know anything. Jean Quan nodded slightly. Change the direction of the investigation. Look at the inner sea. Have any big ships come to Thunder Fire Sky recently? If so, which immortal palace, what level? Find out. The other side, the 5 Elements disciple Bo E was also listening to someone's report. He muttered, with a little girl? Unknown origin? At this moment, Han Fei was playing with a small bottle. This was the Triple Tao pattern pill. To see what kind of pill was worth such a high price, Han Fei opened the bottle without hesitation. Buzz! The moment the bottle was opened, the fragrance of the medicine filled the entire room. Han Fei felt refreshed from head to toe, and his body felt extremely comfortable just by smelling the fragrance of the medicine. Looking at the elixir pill, it was light red in color. Apart from a strange quadrangular symbol, there were also 3 strange Tao patterns on the elixir pill. A string of information emerged in Han Fei's eyes. Name 3rd grade tribulation pill. Introduction. This is a supreme grade pill refined by an alchemist to pass the heavenly tribulation. This pill contains a great amount of energy and the power of the great Tao. It is helpful in breaking through the cultivation barrier and quickly increasing one's strength. If taken during a heavenly tribulation, it might be able to withstand a heavenly tribulation. Level, venerable level, quality, superb. Contains chaotic energy 8 wisps. Remarks, it has a miraculous effect on breakthroughs and heavenly tribulations. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This thing is awesome. It can even resist a heavenly tribulation? It seems a bit wasteful to use it now. I'd better keep it. I don't need it now. Dumb. Dear customer, Han Fei put away the 3rd grade tribulation pill and responded casually, come in. The next moment, the manager of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion walked in with Tiana with a smile. As soon as he came in, the manager felt something was wrong. The fragrance of medicine was amazing here. It seemed that Han Fei was looking at the triple Tao pattern pill just now. Tiana, on the other hand, felt dizzy at that moment. She was in a daze. Han Fei pointed casually. You're about to make a breakthrough. Don't force yourself. Thank you for your magnanimity, dear customer. Then the manager spoke to Tiana via voice transmission. The girl sat cross-legged on the ground and began to make a breakthrough. The manager said, Dear customer, I'm here to bring you ultra-quality spiritual stones. The 2 king shell armors you paid earlier and the remaining 170,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones are all here. In addition, Master Yu Qinshui said that after the auction, all the big ships will set sail and begin to return one after another. If you need, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion can also arrange a route for you to ensure your safety. Han Fei thought to himself, I don't need anyone to protect me. Han Fei said, fine. I just want to know, how many ships from the Thunder Fire Heaven are going to the inner domain? Which immortal palaces are they going to? The manager thought to himself, Han Fei is indeed from the inner domain. He's going to set off for the inner domain without thinking. The manager immediately said, Dear customer, after all, this is the Tiannan auction, not a large auction. Therefore, there are not many ships from the inner domain coming this time. At present, there are only ships from the Thunder Fire Heaven going to the Medicine King Heaven and the Golden Crow Heaven. Han Fei couldn't help asking, Is there a ship from the Thunder Fire Heaven to the Glass Heaven? The manager couldn't help but be surprised. Glass Heaven? Guessed there are very few ships from the Glass Heaven, the Immeasurable Heaven, the Sword God, and the Grand Mystery Heaven. They rarely come to the outer domain. However, if you go to the Medicine King Heaven or the Golden Crow Heaven, it's a different story. What the manager was implying was that if you wanted to go to these families, you had to go to the inner domain first. Because the immortal palaces in the Glass Heaven only seemed to have dealings with the immortal palaces in the inner domain. Just as Han Fei was considering whether he should go to the Medicine King Heaven first and go through the motions, suddenly, Han Fei felt Snowmorn move slightly. Han Fei immediately looked at the door and then said to the manager, Okay, I've learned about this. As for where to go, if necessary, I'll ask this little girl, Tanner, to find you. Okay, dear customer. The manager also seemed to notice Han Fei's eyes and guessed that someone must have come. However, he didn't release his perception to investigate. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion only did business, and they didn't participate in anything about their customers. As if for Han Fei's convenience, the manager grabbed Tianer and escaped through the void. After the manager left, Han Fei hooked his finger and opened the door, only to see Bingxue Qiliang coming to his residence alone. Han Fei smiled. Please come in, Nianer said, beautiful sister. Bingxue Qiliang smiled at the girl shyly. You will be very beautiful when you grow up. After Bingxue Qiliang came in, Han Fei extended his hand and waved his hand on the table, and a green liquid appeared in a cup. Huh, earth vein spring water? Han Fei smiled. I thought you wouldn't come. I didn't expect that you would come when I was about to leave. Bing Xue Chilling asked, May I know your name, fellow Taoist? Han Fei smiled. My name is Fan Datong. I'm a wandering refiner, Fan Datong. Bing Xue Chilling. Bing Xue Chilling was lost for words. Why is there such a name? Also, I have to believe that you are a wandering refiner. However, it was meaningless to expose Han Fei at this moment. So, whatever Han Fei said was the truth. Bing Xue Chilling said, Fellow Taoist, you said in a voice transmission that you might be able to cure Chilling's illness. Is it true? Han Fei glanced at the teacup before Bing Xue Chilling, and then picked up his own cup and had a sip. How many years do you have left to live? Normally, she wouldn't tell such a private thing to an outsider. However, Han Fei seemed to know her illness very well, so she didn't keep it a secret. The woman said, I have about 300 years if my illness doesn't get worse. Han Fei frowned and suppressed the shivering snowmorn in Forge the Universe, thinking if my guess is correct, the last soul of Bing Xue Chilling should be related to Snowmorn. In Snowmorn, it was either the human-shaped soul that was absorbed by him, or the secrets of Snowmorn itself. Han Fei said, How much power does the holy girl of the Snow God's temple have? Huh. Bing Xue Chilling was stunned. What does he mean? Han Fei said, You have to pay a lot to cure your illness. Bing Xue Chilling was shocked. What? As long as you can cure me, I can get whatever it is for you. Han Fei smiled casually. Don't be so sure yet. At least, you owe me a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Huh. Bing Xue Chilling was surprised, but then she said, If you can cure me, I can find a way to give you a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei waved his hand, and Snowmorn floated in midair. Bing Xue Chilling rose abruptly with a rare blush on her face, and Snowmorn approached her too. Bing Xue Chilling looked at Han Fei in shock. When she touched Snowmorn, she felt completely different from the weak and sickly feeling she had before. At this moment, Bing Xue Chilling realized what Han Fei meant when he said that she owed him at least a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. So, his sea-quelling bizarre treasure could cure her illness. Then, she couldn't let him lose a sea-quelling bizarre treasure for nothing, could she? Also, this sea-quelling bizarre treasure seemed to be very special to her. She had a feeling that she had seen this sword somewhere before. It was a weird feeling. It was as if she felt a calling, as if something was calling out to her. She had a feeling that if the sea-quelling bizarre treasure recognized her as its master, her illness might be cured immediately. Swoosh! Han Fei extended his hand and forcibly took back Snowmorn. In any case, it was his sword. Back then, he almost sucked himself to death for this thing. How could he give it away for nothing? Putting away Snowmorn, Han Fei asked, How much do you think it's worth? Chapter 1720. In Bing Xue Chiling's eyes, Han Fei was a mysterious and powerful big shot. Not to mention that his strength had reached the half-king level. The fact that he could take out the king shell armor and the sea-quelling bizarre treasure showed that he was not an ordinary person. The reason why Bing Xue Chilling came to see Han Fei was to inform him that many people already knew that he was the guest in room 9 of the Sky Thunder at the auction. As for Han Fei's treatment, Bing Xue Chilling didn't have much hope. After all, even the Pill King could not save her. How could an ordinary person save her? But at this moment, Bing Xue Chilling believed it because she saw hope. Bing Xue Chilling said, The Snow God's temple has 3 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Other than my master's scepter of ice and snow crown, I also have an ice and snow lotus. Cultivating on this lotus seat would allow one to calm their mind and achieve twice the results with half the effort. Over time, the lotus throne will also faintly refine the body and even increase one's resistance to extreme cold. Han Fei tilted his head and asked, "What level?" Icy Snow Early Spirit, middle grade. Han Fei was intrigued. This was indeed a level higher than Snowmorn. Something that could improve one's cultivation should be something good. This thing was worth it. Han Fei said, "What else?" "Although my sword is only a low-grade one, it can save your life. This is the only one in the world." Bingxue Chuling pondered for a long time and said, "I have a third-layer Tao pattern fate pill that can extend your lifespan by 500 years. Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm still young. Why do I need that stuff?" So Han Fei shook his head and said, "What I drink is earth vein spring water. Why would I need that?" Bingxue Chuling said, "Maybe you won't need it, but it's a life-prolonging pill. 36 Profound Heavens is also an extremely rare item. What do you need? I can change it for you." Han Fei thought for a moment. What he needed now were treasures that contained energy and chaotic energy, as well as powerful body refining techniques. Void fishing was a cultivation technique, which was equivalent to a cultivation technique. It would only improve one's realm, but not his physique. The path of body tempering had always been his focus, and he could not abandon it. Chaos Chi was actually relatively expensive and hard to come by. However, he could absorb it from the bodies of venerable realm great demons. If he were to seek the Tao of a half-monarch realm great demon, how much would he have to absorb? Therefore, Han Fei didn't need to worry. Han Fei said, "I need ultimate treasures that contain extremely high energy and venerable level body refining techniques. How many can you provide?" Bingxue Chuling said, "Because the Bingxue heaven isn't famous for body refinement. There are only 2 venerable level body refinement arts. However, if I use fate pills to trade, given some time, I should be able to find a few." Han Fei said with a smile, "Then you'd better hurry up. I don't have much time." Bingxue Chuling nodded. "All right, I'll arrange for someone to take care of this later." As for supreme treasures that contained energy, they were usually spirit fruits. On the other hand, it was definitely the flower palace from the outer territories that had the most spirit fruits. 100,000 energy spirit fruits is the limit of what I can call upon. Any more, and it will definitely attract the attention of others, and it may very well affect the transaction. Han Fei grinned. "Deal." Bingxue Chuling said, "It might take some time to prepare these. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, you can follow my ship to the world of ice and snow for a while." Han Fei pondered for a moment. The 10,000 treasure pavilion could only arrange for him to go to the Golden Crow heaven and the Medicine King heaven, so he might as well go to the ice and snow heaven. Han Fei pretended to hesitate and said, "Is there a big ship to the glass sky and the ice and snow sky? After this is done, I need to make a trip to the glaze sky." "Glass sky?" Bingxue Chuling said, "The location of the glaze sky and the greater darkness sky has always been difficult to find in the inner region. Even in the 13 heavens of the inner region, it was not easy to go to the glaze heaven and the greater darkness heaven. My icy snow sky does not have a route to glaze sky, but Glaze, Immeasurable, Sword God, and Taishian have formed an alliance. If he went to the Immeasurable Heaven or the Sword God Palace, he might be able to find a way to go to the Glaze Heaven. Our ice snow sky does have a flight route to Sword God Palace." "Sword God Palace?" Han Fei was briefly stunned. "Damn it. Is it so troublesome to find a way in the chaotic Azure Sea? Taishian heaven contained all the ancient books in the world, so it was fine that it was hard for them to find them. But what the hell is this glaze sky? Why is it so hard to find?" Han Fei thought of something. "Okay, then help me arrange a big ship to the Sword God Palace." Han Fei felt that he had made a lot of money this time. Even if he couldn't find the greater darkness sky in a short time, he could still have many body-refining techniques. By then, with the demon purification pots fusion, he might be able to create an ancient, strange technique. However, Bingxue Chuling said, I will arrange our deal. But you are not in a good situation now, fellow Taoist. After all, the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion is just an auction house. They don't have the ability to isolate all the news and hide you. So, I'm afraid that someone has found out that you took action in Room 9 of the Heavenly Thunder. Han Fei grinned. I'll take care of my own business. You just need to prepare your ship to the icy snow sky, and I will come. Han Fei stayed in the thunder fire sky for a very short time, but he had gained a lot. In fact, Han Fei felt that it was because he knew too little about the outside world. The income in the thunder fire sky was so rich, so was the other immortal palaces. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care where he stayed. He had always been the type to eat wherever he went. If he stayed in one place for a long time, he might attract the attention of the enemy's top masters because he was too high profile. For example, would the Lord of Thunder and Fire come to him when he found out that he had the King's Shell armor? That was a material for refining sea-quelling bizarre treasures. And sea-quelling bizarre treasures were rare resources in the entire chaotic Azure Sea. The next day, Han Fei controlled the big ship alone and entered a common route. In the chaotic Azure Sea, the common route was the most common route. This kind of common route could be bought with money. It couldn't be more common. Usually, the common route didn't belong to any force, so the route was unremarkable and lacked opportunities. Generally speaking, if there was a large transaction of materials, few people would take the common route above board. Even if there were some, they would do it carefully or with the protection of strong masters. For ordinary pirates, they liked this kind of common route the most. However, for large pirate groups, the risks of robbing a common route were far greater than the benefits. After all, most of the pirates who took the common route didn't have much money. And how many people would get a share of the money for a pirate ship? And those who dared to take the common route were basically the kind of people who couldn't afford to lose. Even the pirates couldn't guarantee that they would win, right? If they were to be destroyed by the enemy, then they would lose both their men and their wealth. They would suffer a double loss. Therefore, big pirates generally disdained to rob this kind of common route. They usually robbed private, exclusive routes. When Han Fei set foot on a common route to the wind-slasher sky alone, he immediately attracted many people's attention. Why did he choose the wind-slasher sky? That was because this route could reach the route of the ice and snow sky if he deviated slightly. And when Bingshu Chuling traded with Han Fei, she had already given him the route of the ice and snow sky. Although the exclusive route was, in a sense, a common route, there were more strong masters on this route. However, there were even more experts on this route. If something were to happen, they might even be able to find a king-tier expert to help them. But this didn't mean that the exclusive route was mysterious. It was just safer than the ordinary common route. In the evening, on the sea, violent energy was raging. From the perspective of the environment, the outer domain was actually not very good. Han Fei was continuing to modify the Avenger. He had retempered about 2/3 of it before, and there was still some left to be improved. This place was already very far from the thunder fire sky. On the extremely vast sea, although it was a common route, the distance between ships was still very far. After all, a big ship was just a drop in the ocean on the sea, extremely difficult to find. However, under such circumstances, a ship appeared near Han Fei's Avenger. At this moment, the Avenger hadn't hung up its flag yet. Therefore, in the eyes of others, it was just a big black ship. Oh no, to be precise, it was a big black ship. There was still a part that Han Fei hadn't finished modifying. Nian had been digesting the power in the past 2 days. Nian had been a peak-level law enforcer for a long time. In terms of comprehensive power, Nian had completely adapted to it. And after Han Fei's long education and Xiao Sei's explanation, Nian had a general understanding of the world. In addition, Han Fei had opened the tribulation pill yesterday, which seemed to have aroused Nian Er's vitality. In a few months, Nian Er should need to transcend the tribulation and make a breakthrough. Suddenly, Xiao Sei's face changed slightly. Not good. A ship is coming. Han Fei smiled. Take Nien to play with Earth 9. Han Fei opened the ship array and the sea-quelling painting at the same time. The mountain and river phantom wrapped Xiao Sei and Nien and sent them into the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei wasn't worried at all, but muttered, "This array is quite complicated. It's actually refined on the core of an ultra-quality divine weapon, using the core to drive the array, but it's still a bit weak. It seems that I have to refine it myself another day." At this moment, the void opened, and a big ship broke through the void and came. When a big ship arrived, 2 other big ships came. One of them still had a big flag, which was the symbol of the Medicine King Heaven. Jin Quan stood on the deck, facing Han Fei directly. "Boy, I was almost fooled by you. I thought you were a top heavenly talent from the Grand Pure Palace, the Chaos Palace, and the Wuji Palace. I didn't expect you to be nothing. You want to leave the thunder fire heaven like this? I'm afraid you're dreaming, right?" With that, Jin Quan looked at the other 2 big ships and couldn't help but say, "What a coincidence. If I don't come out, you don't come out." "What do you mean?" On the big ship with the 5 Elements flag, the 5 Elements disciple, Bo Yi, stood out and said, "Brother Jin, this person has a lot of treasures on him. Everyone who sees him should have a share, right?" On the other side was the young man from the Medicine King Heaven that Han Fei met last time. At this moment, he looked at Han Fei with a sneer. "I know you're going to die, but that child is innocent. You can give her to me." The young man said, "You too. You can take all the treasures on this person. The Medicine King Heaven only wants the little girl next to this person." Because Han Fei's ship was open, they couldn't directly see through the Avenger, so they naturally didn't know that Nien was long gone. Are you done?" At this time, Han Fei smiled faintly. "If you're done, is it my turn to speak?" The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Welcome to the robbery. Chapter 1721. Han Fei didn't know how often he robbed in the chaotic, vast sea. He also didn't know how ferocious the pirates here were. However, when it came to robbing, Han Fei was really a veteran. Originally, Han Fei didn't expect to be able to completely hide his whereabouts. As a result, he managed to catch 3 big fishes with just 1 attempt. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the Medicine King Heaven also participated in this robbery. Although it wasn't a robbery, it wanted to rob people. Their nature wasn't much better. Han Fei's contempt made everyone feel like they had been fooled. The image that Han Fei created for everyone in the Thunderfire sky was different. The impression he left on Jin Quan was that he might be a genius disciple of the inner domain, protected by experts. The impression he gave the 5 Elements sect disciples was the same. Moreover, Han Fei was filthy rich. Therefore, after determining that Han Fei wasn't from the inner domain and didn't seem to have a half-king beside him, Bo Yi thought again and decided to make a trip. As for the Medicine King Heaven, he had learned of the actions of the Golden Crow Heaven and the Avalon of 5 Elements and felt that Han Fei definitely couldn't escape this calamity. Therefore, he only came to ask the Golden Crow Heaven and the Avalon of 5 Elements to give him face. Shockingly, 2 half-monarch realm experts appeared beside Jin Quan. The 2 looked around and shook their heads slightly. "We didn't find any ambush, nor did we find any unusual movements on that ship." Jin Quan laughed. "Kid, you're still pretending when you're about to die. Do you think I'm scared? Take him down." On the Avalon of 5 Elements side, a half-king realm expert also appeared behind Bo Yi. He smiled faintly. "It's not good to have a conflict with the Golden Crow Heaven, so I'll help. When the time comes, at least we can rob his ship. It's not good for the Golden Crow Heaven to eat alone, so they have to give up some." The only one who was prepared to watch the show was the young man from the Medicine King Heaven. However, just as these people were about to make a move, they saw Han Fei wave his hand. It was as if a flawless coat on the Avenger was torn apart. On the huge black sail, there was the logo of the Skeleton Pirates. At the top of the mast, a pirate skull flag impressively appeared. Today is the first robbery of the Avenger pirates. We need to find some people to sacrifice to the flag. You've come at the right time. Hiss! When the battle began, the young man from the Medicine Kingdom, who was watching from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. The Avengers? This man was actually a pirate? Jean Quan and Banyi were also stunned. This guy was actually a pirate? However, both of them had an idea. On their side, the Golden Crow Avalon alone had 2 demi-kings, and the Avalon of 5 elements had 1 more. As for Jean Quan and him, both of them could be said to be experts at the peak of the Venerable Realm. With 3.5 monarchs holding down the fort, as long as a monarch didn't come who could shake them. Even though Han Fei was a pirate, he had never heard of the Avengers. Who would care about them? "Brother Jean," he shouted, "we must finish this battle quickly. It won't be a good thing if this person has an ambush." The half-king realm expert beside Jean Quan also said, "Seventh young master, we will finish the battle within 10 breaths and quickly defeat him. I'm just afraid that behind this person is one of the top 10 pirate groups. That will be troublesome." Jean Quan snorted, "Make your move. Quickly take him down for me." Buzz, at that moment, Han Fei's momentum rose to its peak. The power of the great Tao revolved, sweeping through the sky and sea with incomparable power. Swish! Han Fei appeared quietly at a speed that even the 3 half-king realm experts couldn't catch up with. A spear mark instantly broke through the void, and the speed was so fast that the 3 half-king realm experts could barely react, but they had no time to escape. On the side of the Golden Crow Heaven, one of the half-king realm experts was pierced through by Han Fei with 1 blow. His whole body exploded. Hiss! At that moment, the people of the 3 divine palaces were all dumbfounded. What kind of godlike power is this? A half-king realm expert couldn't even withstand the power of a spear strike? Another half-king realm expert of the Golden Crow Heaven shouted, "Not good! Young master, run quickly. This person is a monarch." Everyone. At that moment, Jean Quan, Bo Yi, and Xiao Fan of the Medicine King Heaven were all dumbfounded. F***CK, what kind of joke is this? A monarch pretending to be a junior venerable? A monarch going to participate in such an ordinary auction? Does a monarch need to use himself as bait to deceive them? However, since the half-king realm expert had already spoken, he must have his reasons. Therefore, Jean Quan, Bo Yi, and the others flew back without hesitation. Since you're here, why do you still want to leave?" Swish, swish, swish in the void, the projections of 2 half-king realm experts descended and directly stopped 2 of them. Han Fei grabbed the strange blue power and slashed the void. With a boom, heavy rain cracks appeared in the sky and a rain of blood fell. A half-king realm expert was at least half a step into the monarch realm. If he died, there would naturally be some reaction. Jean Quan was shocked. A projection of a monarch? How is that possible? How can he be a monarch? On the other side, Xiao Fan of the Medicine King Heaven saw that a half-king realm expert didn't even have a chance to be reborn from a single drop of blood. Damn, how can I fight him? He already believed that this was definitely a monarch. 1 move and he could kill a half-king realm expert. What could be more visually shocking than this? Han Fei's projection of a half-king realm expert made Xiao Fan wet his pants. The Medicine King Heaven was not the kind of person who was particularly good at fighting. Generally speaking, the Golden Crow Heaven and the Avalon of 5 elements would certainly give him face. Therefore, this time he came alone. He wanted to bring back and make a great contribution. However, when Han Fei's projection of a half-king realm expert blocked in front of the big ship and punched horizontally, the ship formation rumbled and couldn't move at all. He was frightened. The only one who could escape was Bai Yi of the Avalon of 5 elements. This person was only at the peak of the intermediate venerable realm. Even if he came out, he had always been cautious. The moment Han Fei killed the half-king realm expert in 1 move, he had already begun to move through the void. Fortunately, he brought a half-king realm expert to block Han Fei's projection. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. The big ship of the Avalon of 5 elements ran away, but Han Fei didn't care. If no one went to publicize the strength of the Avenger, then what was the point of this battle? Speaking of which, the half-king realm expert from the Avalon of 5 elements, with the 5 elements reversed and all kinds of great techniques, couldn't shake Han Fei and was overwhelmingly crushed. Han Fei, on the other hand, directly poked a hole in the Golden Crow Heaven's ship formation with a knock on the heavenly gate. Big Dipper. Han Fei appeared on the Golden Crow Heaven's ship again. He didn't need to do anything at all. His projection descended, and the remaining advanced venerable on the ship had nowhere to escape. Han Fei held the time sword in his hand and slashed the sky. In just 3 seconds, the old Golden Crow Heaven Half-King was directly cut in half by Han Fei. His soul was locked by Han Fei with the void lines, and there was nowhere to escape. Jean Quan exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist, don't go too far. I'm valuable. I'm one of the 7 great king candidates of the Golden Crow Heaven. I'm very valuable." Puff! Han Fei slashed out with his knife, and the void lines clenched. He thought that Jean Quan wouldn't even have the chance to be reborn from a single drop of blood and would die on the spot in an instant. However, to Han Fei's surprise, 7 giant flame shields appeared on the surface of Jean Quan's body and actually blocked his attack, which was comparable to a king's. Although his whole body was dripping with blood and his bones were broken, he had indeed blocked it. Han Fei looked at him with great interest. However, the next moment, the shield actually triggered the sun essence fire, and 6 raging pillars of fire struck down in a row, attempting to surround Han Fei and create an opportunity for him to escape. But unfortunately, no matter how talented this Jean Quan was, he was now facing the real power of a king. These people had no idea that within 10 seconds, Han Fei was a king in terms of power. Fighting with Han Fei during this period, it was tantamount to smashing an egg against a rock, courting death. Under Jean Quan's gaze, Han Fei actually opened his mouth and swallowed the sun essence fire. In the end, under Han Fei's slash, the so-called palace Lord Candidate was beheaded. Han Fei wantonly devoured the souls and vitality of these people. Boom! Boom! Even in the chaotic Azure Sea, the more experts that died, the bigger the changes in the weather would be. 2 half-kings, a peak venerable and an advanced venerable, died in succession, causing cracks to appear in the great Tao in the sky, and a rain of blood poured down. However, the matter was far from over. The people of the Golden Crow Heaven were completely annihilated, and the only remaining half-king from the Avalon of 5 elements detonated a supreme-grade, divine weapon in an attempt to escape. The result was obvious. The void was restricted by Han Fei, and this person was also killed on the spot. At this point of the 3 major forces, only the Medicine King Heaven was left. Han Fei strolled through the void, feeling the power of the souls he had devoured. He held the sun-moon shell in his hand and projected back. Seeing that Xiao Fan still wanted to use void teleportation, Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. "Idiot, you couldn't escape at the beginning, and now you don't even have a half-king at home. Do you still think you can escape?" Puff! The king's attack directly pierced through the Medicine King Heaven's ship formation. Han Fei's figure flashed and directly appeared on the large ship. One of Xiao Fan's middle-level venerable subordinates couldn't even move under Han Fei's pressure. Plop! The dignified Medicine King, Heaven's genius, actually sat on the ground at this moment. Seeing this person's appearance, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. "I really wonder if you ate medicine to reach the intermediate venerable realm? Remember I told you before, if this was the sea, you would have died long ago. How dare you come to take people away?" Xiao Fan hurriedly said, "My lord, Lord King, I didn't mean to harm anyone, didn't mean—" Puff! Han Fei pointed a finger at the void and stabbed it directly between Xiao Fan's eyebrows. The heavenly god's stab directly pierced through his 7 orifices and caused his divine soul to collapse. "Don't kill me, don't kill me, Chilla!" Xiao Fan, in his confusion, actually threw a dark green poisonous substance at Han Fei. Han Fei turned into a shadow, took a few steps back, and reached out to touch a trace of the poisonous mist. The poisonous substance was escaping into Han Fei's body and was being devoured by his blood. TSK, 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 a heavenly talent of the Medicine King. Heaven actually uses poison? Then what's the difference between you and the 10,000 poison heaven? Han Fei held the embroidery needle and stabbed it 100 times in a row, directly destroying Xiao Fan's spiritual heritage, destroying his dantian, and causing his cultivation level to plummet. However, Han Fei didn't kill this person. He just grabbed Xiao Fan's sun moon shell, then looked at another intermediate venerable and faintly smiled. "You can take him back. When you go back, remember to tell the others that I am the Lord of Vengeance, Han Fei, the captain of the Avengers." After the Medicine King Heaven's ship fled crazily, the old turtle said, "Aren't you afraid of causing hatred? Why did you let him go?" Han Fei disdainfully said, "In order to cover up his actions, the five-element disciple may not necessarily announce the deeds of the Avenger to the public. However, this person from the Medicine King Heaven probably hates me to the extreme and will definitely publicize the existence of the Avenger. Today, I killed 3 demi-kings and made a name for myself. How can no one publicize it?" The old turtle was speechless. He thought to himself, "That little guy from the Medicine King Heaven is really pitiful. Why didn't you provoke anyone? Why did you have to provoke the big demon Han Fei?"